were hanging up garlands everywhere. The girls giggled and the men laughed. Oh, ho, ho, tonight. Jodin drew a pretty wench, a maid, into a corner. They scuffled a little. She whispered breathlessly that she would meet him in the olive grove after moonrise, or as soon as she could get away. The Roman correctness of household eased. Men helped themselves openly to wine, laughed with their overseers, drew buckets of water to pour over sweaty skin, combed the fleas from their hair, and wove garlands. Jodin, rolling a great cheese from the storehouse, chanted a Cimbrian march for his friend the groom. High stood our helmets, host men gathered, bows were blowing, bale wind of arrows. No one understood the words. At sundown, the lamps were lit with those sulphur-tipped sticks Jodin still thought a rash risk of fire's anger. The villa glowed with 100 small suns of its own. He stood in the garden with Mopsus. "I must go now and help feed my fellows," he said. So, a good feed tonight. A good feed. My granddaughter used to live for Floralia night. Or was it my daughter? She was a baby too once. I wonder, though, why Mistress hasn't asked any high-born guests. It isn't like Mistress not to have fun when she can." Jodin shrugged. He had seen Cordelia often enough, seated on a couch or borne in a litter, but his world had been far from here, even in the house. She rarely entered the kitchen or the stables. She was only a task his little maidservant must finish before joining him under the olive trees. He went back into the villa. At its rear were the rooms where the household's male property ate and slept. As he passed out of the kitchen toward those chambers, he saw Phryne. The lamp that she held turned pale skin to gold. She moved forward, smiling, a little tipsy, meaning only to explain himself to her. She lifted her hand. "Stop." "I am not about to touch you," he flared. "Good." Her mouth twisted upward. He had seldom heard so whetted a voice. "I was sent to fetch you. Come." She turned about and walked quickly toward the atrium. He followed. "But Phryne, what is this?" Her fist clenched. "You do not know?" He halted and said harshly, "If I am about to be sent back to the barracks—" She looked over her shoulder. Tears stood in her eyes. "Oh, not that," she said. "Be not afraid of that. Be glad. You are about to be honored and pleasured." "What?" "In fact, the highest honor and the noblest pleasure of which you are capable." She stamped her foot, caught her breath, and strode on. He followed in bewilderment. They crossed an open peristyle, where the first stars mirrored themselves shakenly in a mosaic pool. Beyond was a door inlaid with ivory, Venus twining arms about beautiful Adonis. A Nubian with a sword stood on guard. Jodin had seen him about, a huge man, cat-footed, but betrayed by his smooth cheeks and high voice. Phryne knocked on the door. "Go in," she said. "Go on in." Someone giggled, down in the flickering darkness of the corridor. Jodin pushed his way through, and the door swung shut behind him. He stood in a long room, marble-floored, richly strewn with rugs and with expensive furnishings. Many lamps hung from the ceiling, till the air seemed as full of soft light as of incense. The window was trellised with climbing roses. A table bore wine and carefully prepared food for two, but there was only one board couch beside it. Cordelia was stretched out on the couch. Light rippled along her gown. It was of the sheerest silk. Her flesh seemed to glow through. She sat up, smiling, so that her copious breasts were thrust at him. "Hail, Cimbrian," she said. Jodin gaped. The blood roared in his temples. She stood up, took a big two-handed silver cup, and walked across to him. Her gait was a challenge. When she stood before him, he could look down the loose open front of her dress. "Will you not drink with me?" she asked. "Yes," he said, in his own tongue, for Latin had no such simple way of agreeing. He took the goblet and hoisted it in hands that shook. He was no judge of wine, nor would he have cared tonight, but he noticed dimly that this was smooth and strong. "I have watched you go about," said Cordelia. "I wanted to thank you for your services, but it seemed best to let your wound heal first. And then today I saw you lift a cask I would have set 2 men to carry. I am very glad of that." He handed her back the cup, still mute. "All of it?" she laughed. "But I wanted to share it with you, as a pledge of friendship. Now we must pour another." Her thigh brushed his as she turned. He gulped for air. "Come," she said, took his hand, and led him to the couch. The flask gurgled as she poured from it. "My husband was wrong to set a king to work in his fields," she went on. "For I will not believe you were anything less than a king of your people. Perhaps we two can reach a better understanding, for a while." She looked up at him slantwise. "It will depend on you largely." She lifted the beaker again. "To our tomorrows, may they be better than our yesterdays." They drank in turn. She sat down and drew him beside her. "I have tried and tried to pronounce that barbarous name of yours," she said. "I will give you another. Hercules? Perhaps." Suddenly her mouth was hot upon his. She stood up, breathing heavily. "I meant to eat first," she said quick, slurred words through curling sweet smoke. "It would be leisurely, civilized, with much fine play. But that would be wrong with you. I see that now." She reached out her arms. "Take off your tunic. Take off my gown. Let us keep the floralia." Much later, when the wine and the food were gone, the lamps burned out, and the first thin gray creeping into the eastern sky, she ruffled his hair and smiled sleepily. "I will surely call you Hercules." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 5. After festival time, the latifundium went back into harness. Up in the villa there was the measured pace of days. Housework, garden work, much dawdling until some overseer went by, backbiting gossip, petty intrigues for women and position, sometimes after dark a furtive Asiatic ritual of magic or mystery. A womanish world. Jodin considered himself well out of it. But riding through the fields, where the sun and the whip blistered 100 naked backs, and all a man's dreams finally narrowed to the day's hoeing and the night's shackled sleep, Jodin wondered with a chill how he had remained himself even for those few months he served. Winter had helped. Days on end where he sat idle with the others, dozing, cracking fleas, once or twice knocking a tooth out of someone who offered him loathsome consolations. Nevertheless, he searched himself as no Cimbrian had done before, and knew that his servile time had indeed touched him. He went more warily through life, slowly learning how to guard his words. He would never again live wholly in the moment's joy. He would always be thinking beyond. Where would the next attack come from, or how should he himself attack? Even when Cordelia taught him some new pleasure, and she had given her life to such arts, a part of him wondered how long this would endure. For the rest, however, it had been a good month, or whatever time had passed. He had the name of bodyguard, though only the surly Nubian was allowed to bear weapons. He accompanied her on impulsive journeys about the countryside, organized hunts in the forests for her to watch, matched himself in athletic exhibitions with the brawnier slaves from this and surrounding farms. A few times she even sent him on errands of 2 or 3 days, as to a town to arrange for certain supplies. He thought of using the chance to escape, but no, he knew too little of Italy. They would snare him and tie him up to die. Wait a little longer, make careful plans, or even win freedom for himself and Wicca within this Roman world. It was not impossible, given patience. Meanwhile, aloneness with a blooded horse, among hazy hills and through woods where only dryads and charcoal burners dwelt, was a gift to him, almost like being free again. Now he was coming back from such a trip. He rode at an easy, mile-eating pace, soothed by hoof-plop and saddle squeak, the breeze in his face amid the clean summery odor of his mount. He was richly clad. His tunic, cloak, and boots were of simple cut and muted color, but he liked the sensuous fabrics. His hair fluttered in the light wind, and he sat straight as a lancer. And when he saw the villa itself, dark against a sky turning pink and gold with sunset, he was close to letting out a Cimbrian whoop. After all, Cordelia. He checked the noise and merely grinned instead, but he set the horse to a gallop, and they came ringing and snorting into the rear courtyard. "Hoya!" Yoden jumped to the flagstones, tossed his reins at a stable boy, and strode quickly toward the garden gate. The shortest way to the atrium was through the roses. As he passed into their fragrance, he stopped. Phryne was alone between the walls, gathering a few early blooms. A great cloud of hot bronze lifted far, dizzyingly far above her head. The sky beyond it was taking on the color of her eyes. "Hail," he said. She straightened herself. The plain white stola fell in severe folds, but could not hide a deer-like grace. She had not Cordelia's opulence, and she barely reached to his heart. Yet it came to him that he had never thought of her as boyish, nor as just a little bit of a thing. Her face, all soft curves and a few pert, nearly rakish angles, stiffened. She turned as if to go, but resolve came back. She continued her work, ignoring him. He did not know why, unless it was that his small journey had given certain unseen chain galls time to heal, but he went toward her and said, "Phryne, if I have wronged you, how can I mend it unless you tell me what I did?" Her back was turned, her head bent. Under the softly piled black hair, he saw that her nape was still almost childish. Somehow that filled him with tenderness. She said, so low he could scarcely hear it, "You have not harmed me." "Then why have you circled so wide of me? You never answered when I greeted you in passing. You have said me no word in weeks." Her voice rose a little, but shook. "Well, some women may be glad of your pawing. I was not." Yoden felt himself flush as deeply as the western sky. He responded clumsily, "Why have you given me no chance to say what I meant? It was wrong of me to kiss you. I ask your pardon. But I was driven. There was a power in that place. And did I hurt you so much?" Then she looked up at him and said in a tone heavy with unshed tears, "It was chiefly yourself you harmed." Yoden looked away. For a moment he trod from her, up and down a graveled path that mumbled beneath his feet. The bronze cloud cooled toward newly blown roses. In the west, just above the crumbling vine-colored wall, he could see a green streak, unutterably clear. Somewhere a cow lowed. Otherwise it was very quiet. Yoden said at last, slowly, word by word, as he hammered it into shape with himself, "I understand. But you do not understand me. They say you are still a maiden. Well, you have called a curse on me for doing something of which you have no knowledge." Phryne's fingers clenched about a rose stalk. The thorns bit. She stared at the bright blood drops, wiped them on her gown in a blind fashion, and said through unfirm lips, "Perhaps it is true. I thought one thing of you. When you did something else, that is how you hurt me. But perhaps I have indeed not understood." "I am not one to speak of these matters," he told her with effort. "Among the Cimbri, it was not so twisted together. Wives did not betray their husbands. Husbands, well, a man is otherwise than a woman. He has other needs. I was driven by the powers of earth, The bull was within me that day, Phryne. And more than that, can you understand how it felt to hear you tell what has become of my wife, the mother of my son, whom she killed to keep him free? Can you understand how I would turn for what is the word, any comfort that you could give, or anyone could? Do you see? He pleaded, facing her with his hands outspread. She rubbed her eyes. I see, she whispered. He doubled up one fist and smote it softly into the other palm again and again. It would help Wicca not a bit if I let the bull roar within me so loud I could think of nothing else, he said. Indeed, it was a new thought to me, this you bring forth, that what is between a man and his wife, for good or ill, can in any way be changed by whether he sleeps alone or not when she is gone. I am not so sure of that, she answered. No man will say it is true of her. When she lifted her face, he saw it was streaked with silent tears. But I could be wrong. I do know little of these matters, Jodun said, with a sad smile tugging up one corner of his mouth. Between the time I wed Wicca and the time a year afterward, when we came to the Rodian field, I touched no other woman. It was not that I lacked the chance, but only that none seemed worth the time I could be with her. Will you believe that? She nodded dumbly. Well then, Jodun held out his hand in the manner he had learned from the Romans. Shall we be friends? She caught it tightly. Sunset smoldered to dusk. He could see her as little more than a paler shadow. She said at last, in a tone gone remote from sorrow, I would not have you think, Jodun, that I ever condemned you because of some dead philosopher's thoughts on chastity. It was that I believed your case was like mine. I have been lonely too now and then, but I see it as a false hope. No man, no woman ever has the same destiny. We are all pursued by our private furies. Help me remember that, Jodun. He asked her, out of a newly reborn pain, What happened, Phryne? There was a boy in the household at Plataea, she said, still in the small voice that spoke to itself, knowing him only as a shadow under the evening star. He was a slave too, not much older. He walked like the sun before me. We would have had each other somehow. Oh, there are families among slaves. Even a slave can build a home. But then our master's creditors closed in. Antinous went first. I saw him led off. They said he would be shipped to Egypt. Well, she finished wearily, that was 3 years ago. But sometimes at night I still wake up from a dream where he kisses me. Jodun's thought was jagged. His ghost will not let her look on another man. And even if she did, would she wish to bear a son that might be sold in Egypt? He said aloud, Phryne, have you heard that the Cimbri do not lie on an oath? She stirred, as if awakening. What do you want to say? The oath ring on which I was wedded must have been cast into bangles for some Roman whore, he said bitterly. However, I shall swear anyway to lay no hand upon you, as a man does on a woman, unless you ask it yourself, and I do not expect you will. Why, I would like you to think you had one friend to trust, he blurted. And he did not know why he had made such an offer, unless it was that his memories of Wicca had begun to shriek again. I will take your oath, she whispered. Suddenly she fled. He heard her weeping in the dark. At such times most folk would liefer be alone. He went on into the villa heavily. Cordelia was sitting in the atrium, lamplight glowing on her. She was a roundedness of shadow and rich highlights. She was toying with a loom, because it was fashionable still for Roman matrons to pretend they were housewives. Outside, among the white pillars of the portico, a boy slave from Sicily was singing and playing an illegal lyre. His high, clear tones were so lovely, it had been decided he should always keep them. She looked up. Her teeth flashed wet and white. "Hail, my Hercules!" "Hail, mistress," snapped Jodun, not able to smooth his words. He stood with folded arms, looking down upon her. "Well, you have a face like Jupiter's wrath, my friend." Cordelia leaned back, regarding him through narrowed, dark eyes. "Did you have trouble on your journey?" "No trouble, mistress. Here is the money I did not spend." He slipped the heavy purse from his belt and flung it on the table. The denarii crashed so loudly that she started. She rose in one rippling motion, and the thin silk showed him how she tautened. Her lips parted. A scream would bring the Nubian, the porter, and a half-dozen watchdogs to bind him and do whatever she wished. Jodun felt coldness along his backbone. He had to be more careful. The knowledge that he, Boyaric's son, must be careful of a woman tasted like vomit. "What is the matter with you?" she asked in anger. "I beg your pardon, mistress." Jodun went to one knee and bowed his head stiffly. "I felt a little out of sorts." Cordelia chuckled in her throat, left the chair, and came to him. She ran her hand through his tangled hair as he knelt. "And why were you so at odds with the world, Hercules?" she murmured. He saw the answer. "I was parted from you." He got out. Then suddenly, because he must do something in his shame, he grasped her about the knees and pulled her to him. His face he buried in soft darkness. "Oh," she gasped. "Oh, not here. Wait." But her hands were pressing his head close. He forced her down to the floor. She laughed without sound and tried to roll from him. He used his strength to pull her back. The frail, spidery silk ripped open in his fingers. "Beast," she said, her lips stretched wide, her eyes closed. Outside, the boy faltered for an instant, then recollected his orders and continued the song. It dealt with a legionary in far Asia remembering his mother. Afterward, Cordelia led Jodun to her sleeping chamber. A maid brought them wine and cakes. She drooped an eye at him, her mouth quivering faintly upward, and he recalled that once she had agreed to meet him after moonrise. "Hercules," said Cordelia, not heeding the girl at all. She snuggled herself against Jodun's side as they lay on the bed and nuzzled his cheek. "You big, crazy Hercules." He did not feel the stallion's contentment she had given him before. Tonight she had only left him hollow. In some fashion he did not understand. He had never felt he was betraying anyone until now. He held his wine cup in slack fingers and asked, "Mistress, why will you not try to speak my right name?" "Because anyone might bear it," she said, "but there is only one son of Alcmene." He could not speak what he really felt, not if he wished to live. But he could at least shake off all canine eagerness to please. He could say bluntly, "Mistress, you have been kind to me, but it was my habit once to give kindness. It hurts to receive it, and to make no gift in return." He wanted to roar out, "I am no pet animal, no toy of yours. I am a free man with my own name my father gave me. I am not ungrateful for ease, and chains removed, and your body. But between us is mere shallowness. On your part, an amusing few weeks. On my part, a slave scrabbling for what he can get, a slave's sly revenge on his master, and a slave's worry about what will become of him when you grow weary. I will be no more a slave. I will go hence to my wife." But he listened to her say, "Hercules, you have given me more than you know." Startled, he turned to face her. He had not seen her blush before now. It rose up over breasts and throat and cheeks and brow like a tide. Her nails bit his wrist, and she did not meet his eyes. He heard the slurred, hurried tone. "Have you ever wondered why I drink and take men and disgrace myself as well as my husband? Did you think it was simple idleness and lust? Well, it is in part. I will not say otherwise, but only in part. Flavius forsook me long before I turned on him. He gave me a few weeks, and they were sweet, but then he turned elsewhere. I was locked away to be a proper Roman matron and bear his children. Do you think you are the only slave in this room, Hercules? When I remained barren, he hardly spoke to me. For 9 years, before he went off to be captured by you, he hardly said me a word. And yet it was him the gods had cursed, not me. For here, I turned in my need to a young lad who visited our house now and again, a curly-headed boy who loved me, and by him I was quickened. It could have been Flavius' son. He could have set the child on his knee. No one had to know. He had my baby destroyed. I could have brought the law on him. Perhaps my lover might have helped. I do not know. Perhaps not. A father has so much power. I did not try. It was better to come out of the woman's world, begin to give my own banquets and have many men. Many. I dared have no more children, especially when he was away in captivity. I possess an old slave woman, a witch from Thrace, who knows how to keep the occasional accident from ever becoming noticeable. I thought it was as well. I did not wish to carry on my own sickness in the world. Let it die with me. Hercules. Her head burrowed into the crook of his arm. She shivered beneath his touch. I found a kind of hope in you. Jotun thought, did Earth's last happy folk leave their bones on the Rhodian plain? Blindly, he drew Cordelia to him. Her hands were cold on his skin, but the rest of her seemed ablaze. And later, humbly, she said, "Thank you." The night wore on. They did not sleep, but it was curious how much they talked, and how dryly, almost like two consuls mapping a campaign, when they were not kissing. "This cannot be too open," she said. "Flavius can endure being whispered about on my account for the sake of my father's help. An equestrian cannot rise far without some such figurehead, and a Roman's wife's affairs with Romans are common enough, but not with barbarians. That would make him a laughingstock, and he would avenge his slain political ambitions more than his honor." After a moment, thoughtfully, "And even if his reputation were not harmed, I am unsure what he feels toward you, who owned him." "I, too," said Jotun, surprised. He had imagined Flavius was grateful at first, after Arusio, and friendly later, and malicious after Vercelli. Now it grew upon him that he had only seen chance waves across a deep and secret pool. Flavius' soul was locked away from him. "So we will keep you here with the title of guardsman," decided Cordelia. "He seldom comes to this estate. You can arrange to be elsewhere if he should come. This may take a few months, you realize. I must work on my father and others. I must make sure that when I finally do divorce him, I will come at once under some other man's powerful protection. And of course that you come with me." A slow, cruel smile lifted her lips. "And that I rule my next household. Some senator, doddering with age and very rich. Then you can be brought to Rome, Hercules. There will be wealth for you. Many slaves are wealthy in their own right, or you can even be freed if you think a change of title makes any difference." She melted against him. "It does not. You already have me in freehold." He embraced her again. As she trembled in his hands, he wondered how much of her speaking was real and how much only the she-animal of this night. He waited until she had rested again and drunk again and returned to him on the bronze bed. Then, as he lay tangled in her hair, he said, it had taken less courage to charge the Roman army, When can you get release for my wife?" She sprang from him, spitting like a cat. "Do you dare?" she yelled. Jodin sat up, smiling by plan, and said, "I would not forget any friend, even her. Can she not be brought back or released somehow?" Cordelia paused. Her look grew narrow, as he had seen before. "Do you think of this broodmare as merely a friend?" she asked. Jodin swallowed. He could not answer, only nod. "Then forget her, as you will have to forget all the Cimbri," said the woman in a cold voice. "I will not arouse Flavia's suspicions by speaking of that mop-headed sow he has been wallowing with all winter. Let him sell her to a brothel when he tires of her, as he has done with so many others." Through a shimmering and a humming, Jodin saw how she stood crouched, ready to escape his violence and call for help. Neither of them moved, until at last she walked by him, threw herself upon the bed, and beckoned him as she would a dog. He came. There was nothing else possible, save to die. Toward sunrise, Cordelia murmured drowsily, "I forgive you, Hercules. We will forget what was said, because of what was done." He made his lips touch hers. "Now, good night," she laughed. "Or is it good morning?" He waited until she slept. By the colorless, heartless false dawn, she looked blousy enough, then put on his tunic and stole from the room. He felt the need of a bath, and yes, he would borrow a horse and gallop it for some miles. He was empty with weariness, but there was no sleep in him. Not even when they bound him amidst the wagons had he felt so alone. Jodin. He stopped under the garden wall. The buildings were blackness that shouldered among paling stars. Rails and roofs gleamed with dew. Beyond the stable-yard, the land was still full of night. Phryne came to him. "Are you up so early?" he asked in a small wonderment. "I could not sleep," she answered. "Nor I," he mumbled bitterly, though for another reason. "I never thought I could hate a woman while I embraced her." "She must have found that interesting," said Phryne. He heard the scorn in her voice. He did not know how much was intended for him, but he felt the whole burden of it. He said through a thickness in his lungs, "Why do I not bid them crucify me and be done? I let her call my Wicca foul names, and then I kissed her." "You must live," said Phryne gently. "Why?" Well, she stood beside him, and somehow he came to think of a certain brook, sun-speckled under airy beaches, long ago in Cimberland. "Well, for what help you can give your wife," she finished, looking straight before her across the Samnian darkness. "Which is none," he groaned. Suddenly it burst within him. As if the sun had taken him full in the eyes, he gasped and cried low, "But I can!" "What?" Fear shadowed the face that swung to him. "How?" "Hear me, Phryne," he whispered, rapidly, shaking with the knowledge of it. "I will go hence. I know the road to Rome. I walked it the other way last year. I can find his house there, and steal Wicca away. And, O bull whose horns are the moon, why did you not make it clear to me before?" "You cannot." A muted shriek. "You do not know the land, the city. Every man who sees you will know your height and hair, and what use will it be to die on a cross or thrown to wild beasts?" "Why, if my ghost has any strength at all, it may try again somehow," he said. "Or if not, well, I tried once. I gave Wicca a man for a husband to the very end." He lifted his hands to the eastern light, and in Cimberland's tongue he called upon the day and the dark, the wind and sea, and all the powers of earth to witness his promise. Phryne flung herself to her knees. "Jodin, Jodin, you are a little child among wolves. You know not what you say." "I know what I have said," he replied slowly. I have sworn an oath that is not able to be broken." He felt the cold and the wet gloom before dawn close in on him. What had he done indeed, he thought. It was not well to make such enormous promises without thinking carefully. He had belike pledged himself to death. But if so, death was his world and would not be stayed, for he had invoked the very river of time. He shuddered with the awe of it, his teeth clenched together. "I will leave in a few days, as soon as I can," he said. "You will forget we ever spoke of this, will you not?" Phryne rose again. She leaned against the wall, her cheek and palms to its rough brick, her eyes closed. It was as though she drew on her own roots of strength. At last, in a faraway voice, she answered him. "No, I shall help you." End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave. Chapter 6. Not till 4 days afterward did Phryne stop Ioden on the portico and breathe, "I have made ready. Meet me in my chamber. Do you know where it is? After sunset, and I will try to disguise you. Can you get horses?" His heart raced within him. He thought for a moment, standing under fluted pillars with a green lawn and broad fields before him, standing among thunders and drawn swords. At last he nodded. "There are stable boys who sleep among the animals, but it will be simple enough to frighten them if I have any weapon. No one else will know until morning. Then the gates of Tartarus will be opened." Her eyes were huge and her cheeks pale. "Let me see," she murmured. "I will have a sword for you. I know where such tools are kept, and a couple of daggers as well. You can overawe the boys, so they let themselves be bound and gagged one by one. Drop a little word here or there, as if in carelessness, to make them think you plan to flee into the mountains. That would be the expected direction anyhow to reach Helvetia. Where do you think to go, in truth, after Rome, Ioden?" "I do not know," he said. "North, to some place where men are still free. I do not know what the best way is." "There is none," she told him. "They are all beset." Quickly, leaning close so he could feel her breath upon his breast, swift and frightened. "I am not so sure your best hope lies to the north. You would have to cross too much Roman country. In the east or the south now, but we can speak of that later. We dare not be seen lingering like this. After dark, then, do not fail. I have contrived that the 2 girls who sleep with me be out tonight. My supplies would be discovered before another such chance came. So, tonight." She went from him, almost running, the breeze fluttering her light white gown about her. Ioden could not hold himself from staring. A slave with the soul of a chief's daughter, he thought. Surely some power had sent her across his path. He would have promised sacrifices if he had known what power it was, but the gods of this land were unknown to him, and Cymberland's too far away to have heard about his trouble. Well, tonight. He went on into the villa. It was hours till sundown. How would he live through them without roaring his secret to the world? He would get Cordelia's permission to go for a gallop. Yes, a good plan. Thus he could spy out his road of escape. He found her in the peristyle. Her maids twittered and giggled, a plump little scurrying bevy, wisps of cloth gay about a delicious roundedness fore and aft. They were laying out towels, clean garments. The mistress was pleased to swim in the pool. Cordelia stood aloof among them. As she saw Ioden come between the pillars, she drew her half-discarded stola about her. The dark Etruscan head lifted, and she said with an unwonted chill, "What would you? Did you not hear the household was forbidden to come here?" "I beg pardon," said Ioden. "I was out." "Out? You have been out far too much. This is the place you are supposed to guard. Where were you?" Ioden thought back. On a certain morning he had made his vow to quit this kept life. The next night she had still been exhausted, and he slept in the guard's chamber. Since she had said nothing about it, he had again slept with the guards the following darkness. The next morning he offered the cattle overseer to help bring the several beasts of good stock from a neighboring plantation. They had not come back till well after sundown, and he was tired and went directly to his pallet. Yes, by fire itself, he had scarcely seen Cordelia in 3 days. "I am sure you knew my whereabouts, mistress," he answered her. "If you do not summon me to help you." An uncontrollable giggling tinkled around the sunlit space. Cordelia frowned and thinned her lips. "I would not trouble you, mistress," he finished. She said slowly, "Is gratitude, then, not a barbarian habit?" "But how have I done wrong?" he asked. He knew very well, and he could not dissemble bewilderment he did not feel. Cordelia's face darkened. "Go, all you women," she snapped. "Let no one in here." They fled with squeaks of dismay. Now Mistress was angry. Cordelia walked slowly toward Jotun across gleaming mosaic. Her knuckles, where she held up the loosened, ungirdled stola, were bloodlessly taut. "If you think so little of me that you will only come on command, that you will drive cows till midnight rather than even ask me if that is my wish—" She was close to him now, speaking through knotted jaws. "Don't think I have not seen you in corners with that Phryne. If you find me dull, you may as well go back to the fields." "I find you not dull, but a foe," he wanted to say. "There is too much blood between us." Aloud, "Mistress, I did not understand. I thought you would summon me." Something eased within her. She laughed, low, and put her hands on his shoulders. The gown fell about her feet. It could have been one of the statues he had seen, Venus, in her aspect of hot, sleepless nights, that stood before him, save that veins pulsed under this skin and sweat jeweled it in the sun. "Hercules, Hercules!" she cried. "Can you not get it into your thick yellow head? I want to be the one commanded." He stepped back, stammering, feeling the will of Venus, but remembering she was Wicca's enemy. "Mistress, I cannot. I am—" "Tonight," she said eagerly, "just at day's end. We will watch the sun go down, and we shall not sleep before it rises again." "Oh, my weird which I invoked, help me now," he thought. It came to him what he must do, and because the day was warm, and she stood clothed only in sunlight and her loosened dark hair, and he had slept alone for 3 nights, and he might be a flayed corpse in a few days, he trod forward with the bull strong and exultant in his soul. "Oh," said Cornelia, "Hercules! No! Tonight, I told you." He grinned, pulled her to him, and held her one-handed with muscles that had wrestled horned kine to earth, while his lips bruised hers and his free hand roved up and down her body. "Well," she sighed finally, "well, just once." When they had rested for a time, he stood up. "Come, into the pool," he said. She hung back. Laughing, he sprang. Water spouted, drenching her. He swam to the edge where she crouched and hauled her after him. She came up spluttering. He kissed her. She gave in and paddled about, while he snorted and churned, porpoise-like, darting in again and again, until at last it was she who urged him back onto the tiles. Thereafter she complained that her body was sore from the hardness, so they sought her bedroom. After a while she clapped her hands and had a girl bring refreshments. And so it went till sundown. As the first darkness came out of the east and up from the lower valley, like smoke, Cordelia drew Jotun's hand down upon her bosom and held him there, with a grasp made gentle by weariness. "Oh, Hercules," she whispered, "I thought there were no more men in the world worth caring for." He lay with closed eyes, drained of strength, wishing he could sleep, wishing this were Wicca. "It is not only that you still my hunger," she murmured. Her voice was trailing off, swallowed by sleep. "It is yourself. I am not lonely under your kisses. Be with me always, Hercules. I ask you as a beggar, I who love you." Jotun waited until he was sure she slept deeply. Then he took her arms from about his neck and sat up. The room was dark and hot. He heard the night outside, noisy with crickets. It was hard to remember that he must not be contented with she who lay beside him. For a moment he cursed his own foolishness, which had laid a weird on him. But what was said could not be unsaid. He sighed, got to his feet, and fumbled about after his tunic. When he found it, he stood for a little while looking down at Cordelia. But his eyes were blurred with night. Finally, not knowing why, he stooped and kissed her, not on the mouth, but the brow. Barefooted, he slipped across the marble to the small tiring room beyond. A bronze mirror caught enough light to prickle him with a thought of ghosts. Beyond stood Phryne's door. The only bar was on this side, but he knocked and waited till she opened it. She stood with a lamp in her hand, dressed as during the day, but with her hair tumbled about her shoulders. The smoky oil flame touched eyes that were too bright and lips that lacked steadiness. "So, you came after all," she said. "I agreed to, did I not?" Jotun sat down. His knees shook with exhaustion. He was unable even to feel afraid. He looked dully about the room. A mere cubicle, 3 pallets on the floor, a table with some combs and other things, a shelf holding many rolled-up books. Those must be hers, he thought. A window faced unshuttered on blackness. "I hope you completed your task," spat Phryne. "It would not do to leave your owner unsatisfied before you go to your dear wife, would it?" "Oh, be still," he said. "I had no choice. She would have me come to her and stay all night." "Did you enjoy your work?" jeered the whisper. "I did," he said, flat and cold on the unmoving air. "I do not know how this concerns you, but if you are so angry with me, I shall depart without your help." He half stood up. She pushed down on his shoulders. "No, Jotun." Suddenly frantic. "Zeus, help us, no! It would be your death. I am sorry for what I said. It was indeed no concern of mine." He looked up, startled. She had turned her head and was wiping her eyes with her knuckles, like a child. "Phryne," he asked, "what is the matter?" "Nothing. Come, we are spilling time." She drew a shaky breath, squared her shoulders, and went over to the table. From beneath it, she dragged a small wooden box. Squatting on the floor, as he saw her by that guttering light, against monstrous unrestful shadows, he thought of a Cimbrian godwife, but a newly initiated one, young, shy, fair, riven by the powers she must now reign and drive. Phryne took out a bundle of harsh gray cloth, a sheathed Roman sword, and 2 long daggers, some pots and bowls, and more. "I have stolen enough money to fill a purse," she whispered, "and these clothes will pass for a poor smallholder's. The hat will shade your face from chance eyes. We will dye your hair black and cover that barbarous tattoo with a bandage, as though it were some injury. Here, bend over." It was soothing to have her work upon his head, rinsing, rubbing in the dye, combing. He felt a little strength flow into him. When she was done, she washed her blackened hands, cocked her head, and smiled. "There. Though we must take along a razor and shave that flax stubble every day." "We?" It grew upon him what she meant. He gaped. "But you are coming too?" "Of course," she said. "It would be... Jotun, if you try to go out alone, hardly knowing the road, not knowing Rome at all, with that atrocious Latin, and—" Her words became feverish. "Oh, Jotun, Jotun, you Cimbrian mule, would you even know where to buy food? As well fall on this sword at once and save everyone trouble." "Phryne," he said, wholly overcome, as though he were caught in floating dreams, "your place here is good. What can I do for you? Why?" She bit her lip and looked away. It would be too easy to find out who had helped you. I dare not stay." He leaned forward, taking her hands. "But what am I to you? Why should you help me at all, then?" She jerked free angrily. "I am a Greek," she snapped. "My grandfather was a free man. None of this concerns you." Jotun shook his head in wonderment. But indeed, he thought in the darkling northern part of his soul, this was brought on when I invoked the powers. She is part of my weird. He dared ask no further. There was too much awe about her. Had he indeed let a vessel of power touch him and lived? "Freedom, freedom," said Phryne. "In a barbarous land, in sod huts and stinking leather clothes, with not a book or a harp for 1,000 miles. Oh, truly, I shall be free." Her laughter rattled. Jotun made the sign against trolldom. "Well, quickly," she said. "I could not be taken for any peasant girl, so I must be a boy. There are the shears." She crouched before him and waited. He took the long crow's wing-colored tresses in his hands, feeling that he offended some spirit of loveliness. But he cropped away until there were only ragged bangs falling over her brow, and her ears could be seen. She looked in a mirror and sighed. "Gather them up," she said. "When we make a fire, I shall offer them to Hecate." She pointed to the clothes. "Now put that on. Do not stand there gawping." With a movement as of defiance, she undid her girdle, threw it on the floor, and stepped from her gown. Indeed, she was beautiful, thought Jotun. Her womanness did not flaunt itself, bursting through its clothes like Cordelia's. It waited, cool among shadows, for one discoverer. He grunted some apology when she glared, turned his back, and fumbled on the garments laid out for him. A gray, patched woolen tunic, scuffed sandals, a felt hat, and a long wool cloak. He picked up the heavy purse, slung a sword next to his skin, and put a knife in the rope belt. As he took up his staff, he saw Phryne clad like him. The baggy cloth would hide the shape of her body. She must hope the dirty old cape would shield slim legs and high arched feet. She was turning from the shelf of books. She had run her fingers over the scrolls just once, and tears lay in her eyes. "Come," she said, "we have only till morning. Then they will start to hunt us." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 7. To Jotun, Rome had been two things. First was the city of the Cimbrian dream, all golden roofs above white colonnades, shimmering against a sky forever blue. Then was the Avenue of the Triumph, where he bent his weary head lest the hurled muck take him in the eyes, and thereafter the slave pens, and finally a stumbling in chains one dawn out onto the Latin Way. Neither was of this earth. Now he entered Rome herself, and he saw just a little of a city that toiled and played and sang and dickered and laughed, plotted, feasted, sacrificed, lied, swindled, and stood by friends. A city of men and women and children like any others, built by men's hands and guarded by men's bodies. He had thought Rome was walled, but he found as he trudged through hours of buildings that she eternally outgrew her walls, as though she were a snake casting skin, so that the old gate stood open in the midst of a brawling traffic. He had thought of Romans as divided into iron-sheathed rankers, piggish man-traders, and one woman who shuddered in his arms. But he saw a gang of children playing ball in the dust, a leathery smith in a clangorous tiny shop, and a limping man who cried out the roasted nuts he bore for sale in panniers slung from a yoke. He saw Romans spread their wares in flimsy booths, while a temple gleamed purity above them. He saw a Roman matron, in clothes no better than his, who scolded her small boy for being reckless about passing horse carts. He saw a young girl weeping, for some reason he never knew, and he saw two young men, merry with wine, stop to rumple the ears of an itinerant dog. It growled about him, the heavy sound of laden wheels, echoing between grimy brick walls. A haze hung in the air, smoke and dust, tinged with garlic, cooked meat, new bread, perfume, horse dung, sewage, garbage, human sweat. Folk milled about, shouting, waving their arms, chaffering, thrusting away past the crowds, somehow, anyhow. Once, Phryne was whirled from Jotun in such an eddy. He gasped with terror, knowing he was indeed lost without her. She found her way back to him, but thereafter he held her wrist. They threaded their way toward the Esquiline gate. "We must find an inn," Phryne said. She had to shout through the noise. "The house is on the Viminal Hill, but we could not go there clad as we are, nor before dark in any case." Eowyn nodded dumbly. He let her lead him under the portal. A distance beyond it was a shabby district of tall wooden tenements, where the streets were slimy with refuse and the landless, workless scourings of war and debt crouched in their rags waiting for the next dole. He was too tired even to feel anger at the shouts from tooth-rotten mouths. "Hail, peasant! A son of the soil! There are straws in his hair! Aha! Will you not lend us that pretty boy for a while? No, he will not. They're a hard-fisted lot, these farmers. Cisalpine guards for certain. See the ox look about them. But then, where are their goldish breeches? Ha ha! Lost their breeches, did they? Now, was it at dice or what?" Phryne, gone pale with wrath, led Eowyn through twisted alleys until they found an inn. The landlord sat outside, yawning and picking his teeth with a thumbnail. "We would have a room for ourselves," she said. "Half a sesterce," said the landlord. "Half a sesterce for this flea-pit? 1 copper ass," cried Phryne. They haggled while Eowyn shuffled his feet and looked about. When at last he was alone with her, in a windowless box of a room, he said, "The night winds take you, girl. What do we care for a copper more or less? I feel a fool every place we stop listening to you." "I wonder what they would have thought of 2 people who did not bargain," purred Phryne. "That they were in a suspicious haste to get off the streets?" It was too murky to read her face, but he had come to know that tone. He could almost have traced out the quirk of her mouth and the mockery of her eyes. "Oh, well, you rescued me again," he said. "I am a blundering dolt. What shall we do next, Captain, sir?" "You have a wit like a bludgeon," she said. "Be quiet and let me think." She threw herself on a pile of moldy straw and looked up at a ceiling hidden as much by grime as by dimness. Eowyn hunched among the stinks and choked down his wrath. She had saved him too often in the days that lay behind. Her right to badger him was earned. He could have guided the first wild gallop himself, out of the estate and down ringing dirt roads to the south. When they reached a stream, they had dismounted and led their horses several miles northerly in its channel, slipping and stumbling while the dark hours fled them. But he would have done that too to cover his trail. They found another road at last and went mercilessly along it toward the Latin Way. The horses were ready to fall down by sunrise. Eowyn would have turned them loose then and gone ahead on foot. Phryne had made him, unwillingly, lead them into a brushy ravine and kill them. But that was not a thought Eowyn might never have had. It was another trail covering, after all, and a chance to sacrifice for luck. She had told him to offer the beast to Hermes, whom he did not know, but he felt any god would have been pleased. No, he thought, thus far he could have come without her. He might even have gone for many miles, sleeping by day and walking by night. But when he blundered into a sheepfold, and the dogs flew at him, and the shepherds came to club him for a thief, he could not have fobbed them off with so ready a tale as Phryne had. He could never have passed himself for a harmless man when they bought bread and wine on the way. He would have had to steal his food, with all the risks. He reckoned himself brave, but he had gone chill when she chattered merrily with a wagoner chance met at an inn. Yet it ended with 2 days of riding on a load of barley while the blisters on their soles eased. He recalled seeing in the first dawn how their feet bled from the river stones, but she had said nothing. She saved him from having to answer any questions at all in his accent when she remarked calmly that her poor brother was a mute. The last 2 days, with houses and villages grown so thick they dared not sleep out in the grass like vagabonds, she had gotten rooms for them. Formerly, they had lain side by side, wrapped in their cloaks, looking up at a sky frosty with stars, and she had told him unbelievable things that the wise Greeks thought about heaven, until he begged her to spare his whirling head. Then she laughed very softly and said he knew the stars themselves better than she. And now in Rome. Yes, surely she belonged to his weird, for he saw now how moonstruck had been his notion of entering Rome alone. Nonetheless, at the few times weariness or wariness had not forbidden them to speak freely, she was apt to be curt with him. He wondered how he offended her. Once he asked, and she said for him to cease plaguing her with foolish questions. She stirred on the straw. "I will go out and buy us better clothing," she said. "After sunset, I will take you to Flavia's house. I know a way we can get in. But then it must be you who leads, for I have no more plans in me." "I have none," he said. "I will trust in whatever gods are willing to guide us." "If they guide us not to our doom," she said. "That may well be. But if so, what can we do to stop it?" Jotun shrugged. "I had thought we might steal Wicca from the house, buy boy's dress for her too, Phryne, and then, if we could all get on a ship bound somewhere—" The girl sighed and left. Jotun stretched himself out and went to sleep. She came back with cloaks and tunics of better stuff than they wore, a lamp and a jug of hot water, and a basin borrowed from the innkeeper. Once again he submitted to her razor. When she was done, she gestured curtly at a loaf of bread and a cheese. "Eat," she said. "You may need your strength." He had been tearing at it for some time when he noticed that she sat unmoving. "Will you not have some?" he asked. Her tone was far off, as if she had small care for what was to happen to them. "I have no appetite." "But you too? Let me alone," she flared. Presently they were out again upon the street. It was sunset time, and the crowds had thinned, so they moved quickly over mucked cobbles. "It is well to get into a better part of the city before dark," muttered Phryne. "There could be robbers out." Jotun lifted his staff. "I would give much for a good fight," he said. Phryne looked at him, his eyes 2 heads above her own. "I understand," she said. Her fingers stroked lightly over his arm. "It will not be long now, Jotun." The tightness in his breast grew with every pace. As dusk settled over the city, he found himself climbing a wide, well-paved road up the Viminal Hill, so that he could gaze down across roofs and roofs and roofs, here and there a last pale gleam of temple marble, hazy blue fading into black in the east, and many lit windows making an eldritch earthbound star sky, farther than a man could see. Faintly to him came smoke, a sound of wheels or tired feet, a distant hail that quivered upon still air. Once a horseman went by, casting the 2 plebeians an incurious glance. "Wicca," thought Jotun. "Wicca, I have not seen you for 1,000 years. I am going to see you tonight. Though all the earth stood up to bar my way, I will hold you again tonight." The darkness thickened, until at last he heard his footfalls hollow on unseen stones, until the houses on either side were little more than black blocks. His heart beat so loudly that he could almost not hear Phryne's final words. "We have found it." But he felt with unwonted keenness how her hand clenched about his. They stood before a sheer 10-foot wall. "The house lies within a garden," she whispered. "No one watches the rear. Guests come in at the other side. There is a gate, but it will be locked now. If you can raise me to the top, I will tie my belt to a bough I know, and you can follow." Jotun made a cup of his hands. She stepped up, in a single flowing movement, caught at his head to steady herself, and murmured, "Now." He lifted her carefully, but aware of her legs sliding along his cheek. Then she had scrambled to the top, and he felt his way past rough plaster until he found the cord she let down. He climbed it hand over hand. "Where is your staff?" hissed Phryne. "Down below," he said. "Have the gods maddened you to mark your own path? Back and get it," she snapped. When at last they stood in the garden, Jodin peered through the crooked branches of a tree. No lights showed on this side. He guessed, from remembering the villa, that kitchen and slave quarters were at this end, but there would be a separate corridor on one side that the owners used. Phryne led him to such a door. It creaked beneath her touch. She halted, and time stretched horribly while they waited. "No one heard," she sighed. "Come." 2 hanging lamps gave just enough light for them to see down the hall. "To the atrium," whispered Phryne. "Nobody seems to be there. But the Cimbrian girl stayed here." She stopped in front of a door and touched it with hands that shook. "Here, Odin." He saw her mouth writhe as if in pain. "Oh, Jodin, the unknown god grant she be here." He found himself suddenly, coldly, his own master. His fingers were quite steady on the latch-string. The door opened upon darkness. No, there was a window at the end, broader than most Italian windows. He had a glimpse of gray-blue night crossed with a flowering vine and one trembling star. He went through. His dagger slid from its sheath. If Flavius was here, Flavius would not see morning. But otherwise, he told himself, he must keep Wicca from yelling in her joy. Put a hand over her mouth if he must, or at least a kiss. Silence was their only shield. He padded over the floor, Phryne closing the door behind him. They stood in shadows. "Wicca!" he whispered. It rustled by the window. He heard a single Latin word. "Here." He glided toward it. Now he saw her, an outline. She had been seated by the window looking out. Her long loose hair and white gown caught what light there was. "Is it you?" she asked uncertainly. She used the thou form of closeness, and it twisted him. He reached her. "Do not speak aloud," he said low in the Cimbric. He heard her breath drawn in so sharply that it seemed her lungs must rip. He dropped his knife and made one more step to take her in his hands. She began to shiver. "Jodin, no, you are dead!" she cried like a lost child. "If he told you that, I shall tear his tongue out," he answered in a wrath that hammered against his skull. "I am alive. I, Jodin, your man. I have come to take you home, Wicca." "Let me go!" Horror rode her voice. He caught her arms. She shook as if with fever. "Can you give us light, Phryne?" he asked in Latin. "She must see I am no nightwalker." Wicca did not speak again. Having risen, she stood wholly mute. Her hand brushed him, and he felt the palm had changed, had gone soft. She had ground no grain and driven no oxen for nigh to a year. Oh, his poor caged darling! He let his own grasp go about her shoulders and then her waist. He raised her chin and kissed her. The lips beneath his were dead. In an overwhelming grief that she should have been so hurt, he drew her to him and laid her head on his breast. Long afterward, Phryne found flint and steel and a lamp. A tiny glow herded immense misshapen shadows into the corners. Jodin looked upon Wicca. She had not altered greatly to his eyes. Her skin was white now. The sun had touched it seldom, the rain and wind never. But the same dear small freckles dusted across her nose. She had taken on weight. She was fuller about the breast and hip. Her hair streamed in a loose mane past a Roman gown and a Roman girdle, thin sheer stuff broidered with gold. She wore a necklace of opals and amber. He did not like the perfume smell, but... "Wicca! Wicca!" Her eyes seemed black, wrenched upward to his. They were dry and fever-bright. Her shaking had eased until he could only feel it as a quiver beneath the skin. "I thought you were killed," she told him tonelessly. "No, I was sent to a farm south of here. I escaped. Now we shall go home."
"Jodun."
The cold, softened hands reached down, pulling his arms away. She went from him to the chair in which she had been seated when he came in. She sat upon it, her weight against one arm, and stared at the floor. The curve of thigh and waist and drooping head was a sharp pain to him.
"Jodun,"
she said at last, wonderingly. She looked up.
"I killed Othric. I killed him myself."
"I saw it," he said. "I would have done so too."
"Flavius brought me here," she mumbled.
"That was not your wish," he answered, through a wall in his throat he had raised against tears.
"There was only one thing that gave me the strength to live," she said. "I thought you had died."
Jodun wanted to take her in one arm, lead her out, hold a torch in the other hand. He would kindle the world and dance about its flames. He went to her instead and sat down at her feet, so she must look at him. "Wicca," he said, "it was I who failed. I brought you to this land of sorrow. When we were wedded, I could have turned our wagon northward. I let myself be overcome by the Romans. I even left you my own task of freeing our son. The anger of the gods is on my head, not yours."
"Do you think I care for any gods now?"
she said. Suddenly she wept, not like a woman, but like a man, great coughing, gulping sobs that pulled the ribs and stretched the jaws. She lifted her head and howled, the Cimbrian wolf howl when they mourn for their slain. Phryne stepped back, drawing her knife by the door, but no one came. Perhaps, thought Jodun, they were used to hearing Flavius' new concubine yell. Wicca reached for him with unsteady hands and brushed them across his mouth.
"You kissed me," she cried. "Now see what you kissed off."
He looked upon a greasy redness.
"My owner likes me painted. I have tried to please him."
Jodun sat in numbness. Wicca fought herself to quiet. Finally she said, stammering and choking,
"He brought me here. He left me alone, for many days, until I had used up all my tears. At last he came. He spoke kindly. He offered his protection if... I should have asked him for a spear in my heart. I did not, Jodun. I gave him back his kindness."
He had thought many ugly fates for her. This he had not awaited.
"Go," she said. "Go while it is still dark. I have money. I will give you what I have. Leave this place of men's deaths. Go north and raise me a memory stone if you will. Jodun, I am dead. Leave the dead alone."
She turned away, looking into night. He got up slowly and went to where Phryne was standing.
"Well," said the Grecian girl, "what is the trouble?"
Her tone was unexpectedly stinging, almost contemptuous. It jerked him like a whip. He bridled with an anger at her that drained off some of the hurt Wicca had given. She yielded herself to Flavius.
"Did you expect otherwise?"
asked Phryne, winter cold.
"It is one thing to fall on your own sword in battle's heat, another to be a captive alone, and get the first soft word spoken in weeks. Romans have long known how to harness a soul."
"Oh, well," Jodun shook his head, stunned. "It is not that. I looked for nothing else. I have seen too many women taken. But she will not come with me now, Phryne." The Hellene stared across the room at Wicca, who sat with her face hidden in her hair. Then she glanced about at clothes and jewels and whatever else a man was blind to. She nodded.
"Your wife told you she did not merely obey," she said to Jodun. "She tried to please Flavius. She wanted to."
He started.
"Are you a witch?"
"Only a woman," said Phryne.
"Jodun, think if you are able. She believed you dead, did she not? I heard the gossip in this household last winter. And Flavius was a man.
And there was life in this woman, enough life to draw you here into the she-wolf's throat to get her back. What would you have her do?" Phryne brought down her foot so the floor thudded. Beneath the boy-cropped dark bangs, she regarded Jotun with eyes that crackled. Her scorn flayed him. "She feels she has betrayed you because for a while she kissed Flavius willingly. She will send you off and remain here, caged, waiting for him to tire of her and sell her to a brothel, and so at last to destruction and a corpse rotting in the Tiber. She will damn herself to that, for no other reason than that she remained a living woman. And you rutting, bawling, preening man-thing, you think you might actually go from her as she asks?" Phryne snatched up a vase and hurled it shattering at his feet. "Well, go then," she said. "Go, and the Erinnys have you, for I am done with you." Jotun stared from one to another of them for very long. Finally he said, "What thanks I owed you before, Phryne, can't be forgotten beside this." He went to Wicca, stood behind her, pulled her head back against him, and stroked her hair. "Forgive me," he said. "There is much I do not understand, but you shall come with me, for I have always loved you." "No," she whispered, "I will not. There is no luck in me. I will not." He wondered, with a deep, harsh wound in the thought, how wide of the mark Phryne too might have been. But if they lived beyond this night, if his weird should carry him back to Jutland horizons, he would have their lifetimes to learn and to heal. But first it was to escape. Boyric's son said calmly, "You are going with us, Wicca. Let me hear no more about that." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 8. But still they tarried. A new thought had come to Jotun. When he asked Phryne, she said it was good, less hopeless, at least, than most things they might attempt. They sat in the chamber and waited. Little was spoken. Wicca lay on the couch after Jotun told her to rest. She stared at the ceiling. Only her lungs moved. Jotun sat beside her, stroking her hair. Phryne kept her back to them. The night grew gray. Wicca had said Flavius was out to some banquet. Jotun began to wonder if her own slave girls might not come in to attend her before the Roman returned. That could be a risky thing, capturing them. The Cimbrian had not dreamed he would be glad to see Flavius again, save as an object of revenge. But when Valet and the laughter sounded in the hall, and a little afterward the latch went up, he drew his sword and glided to the door with more happiness than the night had yet given him. Flavius entered. He wore a wine-stained toga and a wreath slightly askew. He saw Wicca sitting up on the couch and raised his free arm. "Are you awake, my dear? Did not mean to be so late. It was tedious without you." Jotun put the sword against his back and laid a hand on his shoulder. He closed his fingers as tightly as he could, so that Flavius gasped with pain. "If you cry out, you are a dead man," said Jotun. Phryne closed the door. Flavius turned about with great care. Lamplight gleamed on steel. For a moment the Roman's narrow, curving face was nearly fluid, as he struggled to cast off bewilderment and wine. Then it steadied. The dim light sparkled wet across his brow, but he straightened himself. "Jotun," he said, "I did not know you at once, with your hair black." "Not so loudly," said Phryne. She barred the door and circled about, her own dagger cocked for an underhanded stab in the way Jotun had shown her. "But where did you find this handsome boy?" asked Flavius, as if a jibe would armor him. "No matter that," snapped the Cimbrian. He looked into the other man's rust-colored eyes. A lock of hair had fallen across one of them. Jotun thought of Wicca's hands brushing it back, and for a moment he stood in flames. A year ago he would have seen Flavius' heart. A few months back he would have found some quiet place and stretched his revenge through days. But on this night he shuddered to stillness. His blade was almost at Flavius' throat. The Roman had backed against the wall, panting, trying to shed his clumsy toga. Jotun skinned his teeth and said, "You owe me a heavy blood price. You can never pay it, not with all your lands. So for my honor I should kill you. But I will forego that. It is more to my honor that we three here gain our own lives back."
"I could manumit you," whispered Flavius through sandy lips.
Jotun laughed unmirthfully. "How long afterward would we live? No, you shall see us to safety. Once we are beyond Rome's reach, we can let you go. Meanwhile, you shall not be without us. This sword will be under my cloak. Do not think to trick us and call for help, because if it even looks as if we are not going to get free, I will kill you." Flavius nodded. "Let me past," he said. Jotun drew the blade back a few inches. Flavius walked to a table, shedding his toga. Jotun followed each step. Flavius took a wine jug and poured into a chalice. He drank with care. Then, turning about and looking straight up at Jotun, "I would be interested to know how you escaped. It is a leak I must plug when this affair is over." The Cimbrian answered with relish, "Part of the road went through your wife's bed." "Oh, so." Flavius nodded again. His wits had returned. They had never flown far. His face was almost a mask, save that the shadow of a smile played now and then across it. He moved with the wildcat ease Jotun remembered, unshaken and unhurried. "No matter," snapped Phryne. "I have thought what we must do." Flavius regarded her with measuring eyes. "At this season, ships leave each day for all ports. You will engage passage for a short trip that can be done without exciting too much gossip. Let us say to Massilia in Gaul. We shall all four go." "Massilia is subject to Rome," Flavius reminded her. "But it is not many days' travel by horse to the frontier. Beyond lies Aquitania, which is free. Even I have heard how the Gauls are still in upheaval after the Cimbrian trek. We can make our own way among them, and you can return home from there." Flavius stroked his chin. "Phryne, is it not?" he mused. "Cordelia's slave, become a most charming boy. Do you think to instruct the barbarians in Greek?" "Enough," growled Jotun. "I think you have breathed fever mists," said Flavius. "Do you really believe you can make your way through all Rome and Gaul alive?" "We have come thus far," said Phryne. In the earliest sky-lightning, Jotun saw how her eyes were dark-rimmed with weariness. He himself felt bowstring tense. Sleep would be his enemy. "What have we to lose?" he added to the girl's words. Flavius looked over at Wicca. She sat on the bed's edge, white-mouthed and red-eyed, watching them like a leashed dumb beast. "Much, my friend," said Flavius. "As runaway slaves, you should be killed, or at least whipped and branded, but I could still save you. I could say you went on a secret errand for me. I could not save you if you were caught after having taken a Roman citizen hostage." "Would you spare us even now?" snorted Jotun. "What oath can you give me?" "None," said Flavius. "You would have to chance my mood. But be sure I have no complaint against Wicca, yet. If she is taken with you, though, abetting your flight and my capture, she will also die, piece by piece." He shook his head. "Jotun, Jotun, you meant to save this girl, but you will give her to death." "Better that than you." "Do you not understand?" said Flavius gently. "It would not be a quick throat-cutting. The least she could await would be the arena beasts, under the eye of all Rome. But the people have developed more refined tastes in such matters, and they are savage in their fear of slave mutiny. A servile war was ended only months ago in Sicily. I do not think she would merely face lions." It was as though some hand closed on Jotun's heart. His wrist went slack, the sword drooped downward. "Wicca," he mumbled, "what have we done to the powers?" Flavius smiled in his own locked manner and held out his hand.
"Will you give me that sword?" he asked.
Phryne whirled upon Wicca.
"You lump!" she yelled. "Is it you that he would die for?"
The Cimbrian girl shook herself. She got to her feet and moved across the floor like a sleepwalker.
"No, Jotun," she said in their own tongue. "Hold fast."
There was scant life in her voice, but it tapped the wells of his inward self. Jotun drew his head up again so that he loomed over them all, and laughter grew in his mouth. He jabbed at Flavius' throat, forcing the Roman back. "We sailed today," he said in Latin, "or else you shall be spitted on this, and I will be swift enough afterward to kill the girls and fall on the blade myself." Flavius caught a breath as though to speak, met Jotun's green gaze, and blew out again. He spread his hands and shrugged. "Now," said Phryne, "we must have a plausible story for your sudden departure. Jotun and I are Narbonesian Gauls who have brought you an urgent message from your kinsman Septimus, who resides in Massilia." "You kept your ears wide while you ate my salt, Phryne," said Flavius, with a sidelong glance at Wicca. The Grecian girl swiped the air angrily and went on. "You need say little more. Speak of a chance to invest money, and all will expect you to be close-mouthed. No one knows Jotun, so he will accompany you about the house. But you will stay within doors, sending your slaves out on the needful errands. When the social calls are paid you in the forenoon, your doorkeeper must turn them back on the plea that you are sick from too much wine. I shall remain here, lest I be recognized. Food will be brought to this door for Wicca and myself, but no one is to enter save you two." She turned to the Cimbrian as she continued. "Jotun, do you know about writing? The marks made by stylus or quill? Good. Be sure he writes nothing that I do not see him write. Also, be sure that he speaks only in Latin. If he speaks 2 words running that you do not understand, kill him." Flavius pursed his lips. He regarded her for a long while before he said, very softly, "And I hardly knew you existed, little one." "Well, go!" She stamped her foot. "It will take time to find out about ships. Rouse a man now to inquire." Jotun draped the cloak around the sword, which he carried bare under his left arm, and followed Flavius out. The morning dragged. There was a clepsydra in the atrium. Once, when Jotun asked, Flavius told him how it counted time. Thereafter, the Cimbrian sat listening to its drip, 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 and shuddered under a tightly held calm. For this was a trolldom, where each falling drop eked out another measure of a man's life. This waiting was the hardest thing he had yet done. Flavius himself suggested a casual remark to be made to the porter, explaining why the Gauls had not been seen entering the house. He had heard them talk beneath his garden wall, climbed a ladder in curiosity, and invited them over. He dealt smoothly enough with his stewards and errand boys. He reclined on the couch, chatting plausibly of Gallic affairs, when food was served him and Jotun. He seemed to enjoy the scandalized faces of his older retainers when they saw a Roman so familiar with a provincial. Why, it was unheard of. They went to the privy together. But chiefly there was nothing to do but wait. Jotun stayed within a quick lunge of Flavius, never taking eyes off him. Flavius shrugged lightly, called for some books, and lay on a couch reading when he did not nap. It had never before seemed to Jotun that hours on end of silence could be a torment. Word came about noon. A small galley was to leave Ostia for Massilia next sunrise. It carried only cheap wares, glass goods made in slave factories for barbarian markets. Perhaps a chance person or two paid a few sesterces for space on deck, carrying their own food. Surely the great Master Flavius would not travel in such a tub, and with 3 companions. In another few days, a fine trireme with ample accommodations would depart. Well, if Master Flavius insisted, if he would pay that generously, the officers would turn their cabin over to his party and sleep under canvas themselves. But of course, Master Flavius must not expect the cabin to be very comfortable. One would advise that he bring his own mattress. And then it was again to wait. Once Jotun caught himself nodding. His eyes had closed. All at once he realized it and opened them with a gasp. Flavius looked up from a scroll and chuckled. "You only slept for a heartbeat," he said. "But how long do you think you can keep awake?" "Long enough," spat the Cimbrian. The household bustled, shouted, chattered, a whirl of pompous orders and acknowledgments. There would be a hive's buzzing about this, thought Jodin, his mind creaking with weariness. And some of Rome's mighty folk would hear and wonder. No matter, though. He would be at sea by that time, ahead of any messages. Once out of Massilia town, with a saddle beneath him and a string of remounts, he could race the whole Roman army to Aquitania. They left for Ostia in mid-afternoon with 4 chariots. Flavius drove one, reckless and skilled. Jodin stood beside him in new unsureness as he hung onto the bumping, bouncing, rattling thing, not knowing whether he would be able to wield sword and not lose his feet. Wicca and Phryne paced them in another. The Cimbrian girl held reins and whip. She had never driven such a wagon before, but she kept an even distance behind Flavius, and looking back, Jodin saw in a glad leap of his heart that she smiled. The other 2 cars bore only a man apiece and the needful travel goods, also some purses, fat with auri, to see them through this land where gold had more strength than iron. Even in these days of a dying republic, when new wealth openly flouted old laws, this was no common faring on the Ostian way. Wagoners, horsemen, foot travelers, porters, donkey drivers, men in tavern doors and cottage windows and haughty gates, the rich matron in a litter and all her bearers, child and laborer and aged beggar, all must stare at 4 galloping chariots with a Roman guiding one and a yellow-haired foreign woman the next. Well, let them talk too, thought Jodin. He wished he could give Rome a redder memory of his passage. Though this road was broad and superbly paved, there were miles to go. Once they stopped to change teams. It was after dark when they entered the Ostian streets. Torches flared, the horses stumbled on cobblestones. Flavius looked wind-flushed at Jodin and laughed. "Thank you for a good ride, at least. Now, shall we to an inn?" No. It was hard to think clearly, with a skull full of sand. But every stop, every man they spoke to, was another hazard. "Let us get aboard at once." Flavius clicked his tongue, but turned the chariot down toward the waterfront. There was just enough light from the city and the Pharos in the outer harbor for Jodin to see a world of ships. Their spars hemmed the sky. Many of them were lit by torch or firepot, so that slaves could continue loading. Such was the galley they sought. It was, indeed, neither large nor beautiful. It was battered, in need of paint, reeking of tar and slavery. The small bronze figurehead was so corroded you could not tell what it had been intended to depict. 10 ports on a side showed where the oars would emerge. Through them came a sound of chains and animal sleep. Phryne gagged at the smell. A line of near-naked dock-workers moved up and down a gangplank, bearing cases to be stowed in the hold, while an overseer and an armed guard watched. There was also a stout, dark, bearded man with a rolling gait who came up, gave a bear's bow, and said he was Demetrios, captain of this vessel. He had not been expecting his distinguished passengers yet. "Take us to our cabin," said Flavius. "We should sleep a few hours before you leave." "The noise, master," said the captain. "You would not sleep at all, I fear." Jodin looked wildly about. He had not thought of this. If the Demetrios man grew suspicious, what to do, what to do? Flavius winked and jerked his thumb at Wicca and Phryne. "I should not have said sleep, Captain." "Oh," said Demetrios enviously. "Of course." They went up on deck. There was a high poop where the great steering oar was lashed. The stem post curled up over it like a flaunting tail. The forecastle stood somewhat lower, bearing a rough tent erected for the officers. The free deckhands would bed in the open as always. Amidships rose the single mast, with a flimsy cabin just aft where Flavius' attendants laid down his gear. A lamp showed it windowless, though crannies let in ample cold air, and bare, save for a little wooden sea-god nailed to his shelf. Demetrios bowed in the doorway. "Good night, then, noble master," he said. "I hope we'll get a pleasant voyage." Flavius smiled graciously. "I am sure we will." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Of the Golden Slave, by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 9. "Well now," said the Roman, when they sat behind a closed door. He stretched himself across one of the mattresses, boy-like on his belly, and reached for a leather bottle of good wine. His grin leaped at the others. "Thus far, my friends, well done. Shall we pledge our mutual success?" Jodin opened his cloak and let the sword slide to his knees. His left arm was stiff and pained from holding the blade pressed to his ribs hours at a time. He looked with sullen red eyes at his enemy and said, "No, I will pledge your ghost in your own blood, nothing else." Phryne hugged her knees and stared from a drawn, small face. "It is best that Flavius not leave this cabin all the voyage," she said. "He can plead seasickness. 2 of us must be with him at any time, awake." "Oh, 1 will do," said Jodin. His jaws felt rusty. "At least if the other 2 are here, asleep but ready to be called." "Bind him," said Wicca timidly. Flavius raised his brows. "If a sailor should chance to look in upon us and saw me bound," he murmured. "It is true." Jodin's head drooped. He jerked it back again. "Be as wise in our behalf as you have been, Roman, and you will see Rome again." Flavius poured himself a cup. "Do you think so?" he asked lightly. "I doubt that." "I have promised." "How much will your word be worth to you once we reach a wild land where you have no further need of me for shield?" Flavius' eyes rested candidly on Wicca above the rim of his cup. A slow, deep flush went up her throat and cheeks. She drew herself into a corner, away from them all, but her gaze remained locked with his. "Not that I expect us ever to get that far," went on Flavius. "Your luck has been good until now." "A power has been with me," said Jodin, and touched his forehead, where the holy Triskill lay under a grimy cloth. "So you may think. But what educated man can take seriously those overgrown children on Olympus?" The Roman nodded at Wicca. "We speak of this now and then, you and I. Do you remember? There was a time you gathered jasmine blossoms." "Be still about that, or I will forget my word," roared Jodin in the Cymbric. Wicca huddled back and lifted an arm, as though to ward off a blow. "As you wish," said Flavius, unruffled. "To continue." A crash outside, and the sound of swearing and a whip interrupted him. "I myself do not believe in any power except chance. There are blind moieties of matter, obeying blind laws. Only the idiot hand of chance keeps each cycle of centuries from being the same. Now it is very possible, by chance, to throw the same number at dice several times sequentially. It is not possible forever, my friend. I think you have thrown about as many good numbers as any man in the world ever did. Soon your luck must turn. You shall be found out through some happenstance. You will then try to kill me. One way or another, we shall all die. You and Phryne and Wicca and myself, all dead, mold in our mouths and our eye sockets empty." Flavius tossed off his wine and poured another cup. "It is inevitable." Jodin snarled, out of a chill, dreary foreboding. "If you say more such unlucky words, I will— No, not kill you. Each such word will cost you a tooth. Now hold your mouth." Flavius shrugged gracefully. Phryne closed her eyes. Beneath the booming and the voices on deck, there was silence. Finally, Jodin turned to his wife. She would not meet his look. When he took her hand, it lay slack on his palm. "Quicka," he said, bird Cymbric low and unsure in his throat. "Pay him no heed. We shall be free." "Yes," she said, so he could scarcely hear it. "That yes was not meant," he told her. His heart lay in a lump in his breast. She said in a torn voice, "There is no freedom from that which was." "Little Othric," said Jodun. He looked at his wife's hand and remembered how his son's baby fingers had curled about his thumb. He shook his head and smiled. "No, him we shall always mourn. But it would be worse if we sailed off, leaving him to grow up a Roman's beaten beast. You could not have done otherwise. There will come more children to us, and some of them will die of this or that. So it has ever been. But some will live, Wicca." She shook her head, still averting herself. "I am dishonored." "Not so," he said harshly. "If you would—" He glanced at Flavius, who raised brows and smiled. Then he put his lips by Wicca's ear to breathe. "I gave him no true oath. We can sacrifice him in Gaul. That will remove all stain from you." "No!" She cried it aloud, pulling free of him. The face he looked upon was filled with terror. "As you like," he floundered. "Whatever you wish. But remember, I am your husband. It is for me to say if you are guilty, and I say you are not." "Let me alone," she pleaded. "Let me alone." Jodun sat listening to her dry sobs. He hefted his sword, dully thinking about its use. He had never fought with such a weapon. The Cimbrian blades were for hewing, and this was for stabbing. Phryne crept over the narrow space and touched his arm. "Wait," she whispered. He saw a helpless look in her eyes, as if she sat watching a child being burned out by fever. "Give her time, Jodun. I know not what the Cimbrian law is. I suppose your women were chaste. It means more to her what has happened than you can know." "I do not understand," he said. "There is some witchcraft here. I do not understand her any longer." "Wait, Jodun. Only wait." He squatted into his own corner under the low roof and looked across to Flavius. The Roman had closed his eyes and stretched out. Could he really sleep now? At last the noise ended. Jodun saw Wicca fall asleep herself, curled like a child. There was that much to thank the dark powers for. Phryne and he seemed too weary to rest, or too taut. Yet no thoughts ran in his head. It felt hollowed out, and time did not flow for him. When a new clamor began, and he felt the ship move, it was a jarring surprise. Already. He opened the door and looked out. The deckhands had cast loose. The oars were walking. He heard rowlocks creak and the muffled gonging of the stroke-setter beneath his shoes. They slipped through a channel between many hulls, still one dark, mysterious mass. Ostia and Italy behind her lay misty under the first saffron clouds. Ahead, the Tyrrhenian Sea caught a few wan gleams. There were stars in the west. The sailors, shivering in tunics or mere loincloths, scurried over the deck doing things unknown to Jodun. They were a ruffianly-looking lot, swept from many ports of the mid-world sea. A hairy Pamphylian, a brown Libyan, a big-nosed Thracian, a brawny, red-faced Gaul, another 2 or 3 whom Jodun could only guess about. Captain Demetrios walked among them, a sword at his waist, a light whip in his hand. He saw Jodun and came over, beaming snag-toothed in his beard. "Good morning," he said. "You had a, pleasant night with your woman and your boy?" Jodun grunted. "How long to Massilia?" "Oh, perhaps 5 days, maybe more, maybe less. Much depends on the wind. I've a fear it will turn against us." Demetrios cocked his head. "Where are you from? I thought I'd seen 'em all till you turned up." Jodun said in Cimbric, "You Southland swine." "And where's that?" asked Demetrios. But Jodun had closed the door again. The cabin was smoky and foul after the deck. He wondered if he could really smell the human agony that seeped up from the rower's pit. Flavius opened an eye. "Have you foreseen you might get sick from the waves?" he asked amiably. "I have foreseen kicking your ribs in," grated Jodun. Flavius nodded at Wicca, who had also awakened. She sat up with chin on knees and shivered.
"Do you see, my dear, it is too much to expect that I should be released even if we ever get into Aquitania," he murmured. "It would be asking more of your husband than anyone may even ask of a god." Wicca gave Jotun a forlorn glance. He laid himself upon a mattress near her. "You will swear he shall have his life, will you not?" she asked fearfully. He said, out of his bitterness, "You are loyal to your owner, Wicca." She shrank back with a little whimper. "No more of that," said Phryne sharply. "We are certain not to outlive this trip if we quarrel among ourselves." She regarded Wicca closely. "You look strong," she said, "and I dare say you have some knowledge of weapons." The Cimbrian girl nodded, wordless. "Well then," said Phryne, "Jotun and I can do no more without rest. You have slept a while. Now watch Flavius for us. It's simple enough. Hold this sword. Stay out of his reach. If he makes a suspicious move, call us. If it looks as if he might escape, stab." Wicca took the heavy blade. "That much, yes," she said in the Cimbric. Jotun laughed, without mirth, but not uncomforted. He curled on his side to face her. The last sight he had, before sleep smote, was the unsure smile with which she looked at him. Her scream wakened Jotun. He sprang to a crouch. He had a moment's glimpse of Flavius' tall form stooped beneath the roof. The Roman was at the door, and Wicca was plunging toward him. Flavius kicked out. He got her sword-bearing arm. She cried aloud, fell, and tried to seize his feet. He fumbled with the latch, kicking her again. Jotun roared and sprang, but it was too narrow a space. He stumbled over Wicca. Phryne had just come awake. Sleep spilled from her, and she grabbed for her knife. Jotun picked himself up from his entanglement with Wicca as Flavius got the door open. Jotun rushed for him. They went backwards out on the deck. Jotun reached for Flavius' throat. The Roman's knees were doubled up before his stomach. He straightened them enough to fend off the Cimbrian, rolled over and shouted, "Help! Captain! Slave mutiny! Help!" Jotun grasped for him, missed again, and saw the Libyan sailor's legs pounding up. The Libyan was swinging a club. Jotun scrambled back from the blow and bounced to his feet. The Libyan yelled and raised the club high. Jotun's fist leaped, and he felt bone and flesh crunch under his knuckles. The Libyan choked and sat down. Wildly, Jotun looked toward the bow. He had a glimpse of sea that sparkled blue beneath the sun close to noon. The ship rolled gently, but to an opposing wind. They were still only oar-powered. The land was a thin streak to starboard. Flavius stood in a knot of men under the forecastle, pointing back to the cabin and yelling. "Give me that sword!" bawled Jotun. Phryne came out with it. The wind rumpled her short dark hair. The sun blinked on her knife blade. Her tilted face looked forward in the calm of hopelessness. No, Wicca sobbed behind her, saying, "There are worse endings. Kill me, Jotun." "No," he cried. "Come, follow me. By the bull!" He lifted his sword and ran aft. The sailors in the bow milled, unsure. Demetrios exhorted them. Up on the poop, the steersman gaped and let go his oar. The ship heeled as the wind brought it about. Jotun stumbled, regained his feet, and reached the hatch he wanted. It stood open. The stench of the grave boiled from it. Even in that moment he was close to retching. But, "Down in there!" he rapped, and sprang first, ignoring the ladder. He struck a platform where the gong beater stood, staring, mouth open like a fish. Jotun stabbed once. The gong beater screamed, caught at his belly, and sank to his knees. Jotun looked down the length of the pit. Overhead was the main deck. Before him was an oblong well, with 10 benches on either side and a man chained to each. He could not see them as more than a blur, here a bleached face, there a tangle of hair. A catwalk ran down the middle above the seats. Light came in shafts through the hatch and the oar ports. As the ship rolled, a sunbeam would sickle up and down, touching a rib or a strake or a human face, and then flee onward. It was noisy here. Timbers groaned, waves slapped the hull, rowlocks creaked, chains rattled. The overseer came at a run along the catwalk. He was a big man with a smashed, hating face.
He was bearing a whip with leaded thongs and a trident for prodding or killing.
"Pirates!" he whooped. "Pirates!"
A beast howl lifted from the benches. Oars clattered in their locks. The men stood up and barked, grunted, yammered. Jodin could not tell whether it was fear or wrath, and his life depended on which it was. As the overseer reached him, Jodin crouched. The overseer stabbed. Jodin swayed his body aside, as though this were a bull's horn in the Cimbrian springtime games. He should have thrust in his turn, but habit was too strong. He struck downward with his sword. The overseer's trident was wrenched loose and went ringing to the platform. The man's mouth opened. Perhaps he cursed, but Jodin could not hear above the slave racket. His fingers clawed for a hold to wrestle the Cimbrian. Jodin got him by belt and throat, heaved him up over his head, and roared aloud. "Here! He's yours!" and hurled the overseer into darkness.
"Jodin!"
cried Wicca. Her hands fell frantic upon his body. He looked into the wild eyes.
"What would you do?"
"No time to hunt for keys to the locks," he rapped. "Pick up that trident. Pry the shackles off these men." Wicca stood back, staring. The slaves hooted and jumped about. A swift sunbeam caught bared teeth down in the murk. They could hear the overseer being ripped apart.
"Can you hold the crew off long enough?" called Phryne.
"I had better," said Jodin. He pulled off his cloak and whirled it around his left arm. The gong-beater caught feebly at his heels. He stamped down the hand and bounded up the ladder. The sailors were nearing. All of them had weapons, such as were kept against pirates. Demetrios was bearing a shield and helmet as well. Flavius was walking beside him.
"There he is!"
bellowed the captain, and feet thudded on the planks. Jodin went down again and waited. There was grunting and cursing at his back. Once the girls had a man or two free, it would go faster. But if I were a slave, he thought, with the mind beaten out of me, I might not use a sudden woman for anything but... Here is a man to fight! It was the Libyan, with a broken nose to avenge. He came down the ladder quickly, facing forward in sailor fashion, bearing a short spear. In the shifting gloom, he was not much more than another shadow. Jodin poised himself. The spear punched at his stomach. He caught the point in his wadded cloak, shoved it aside, and stepped in. The Libyan howled, but was scarcely heard above the howling of the galley slaves. Jodin slid the sword into him. The sailor did not seem to feel it. He backed against the ladder, pulled his spear free, and struck. Jodin did not quite sidestep it. The edge raked his shoulder. As the Libyan moved in, Jodin chopped at the wooden handle of his enemy's weapon. Roman iron bit. He caught it. The Libyan wrestled him for the shaft. Jodin jerked. The Libyan lost his balance, slipped in his own pouring blood, and fell into the pit. Jodin glanced up. The sky in the hatch blinded him. He could only see that someone was looking down. As if from far away, he heard Demetrios. "Throw a kettle of boiling water. He cannot withstand that." "He can retreat onto the catwalk," said Flavius, "and come back to meet the next man we send." "No, let one sailor carry that kettle down the ladder. The barbarian cannot attack him without being scalded. 2 or 3 others can come directly behind." Gasping, Jodin turned toward the benches. It had quieted a little. He heard links clash in the darkness. A staple screamed as it was torn out of a timber. "Follow me!" shouted Jodin. "Break your oars for clubs! There are no more than 6 or 7 men up there. You can be free!" They shuffled and mumbled in the dark. He glimpsed a few who had been released holding up their dangling chains in a dull, wondering way. They were loathsome, with sores and scars. A voice yelled back to him, "We can be crucified! No more!" "They have swords," another whispered. "They are masters." Jodin shook his red blade high and yelled in rage. "Is there even one man among you?" A moment longer, then a booming from the foul night before him. "Get these god-rotten irons off me, boy, and you'll have at least 2 more hands." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 10. The man who sprang up onto the catwalk and joined Jodin was huge, not as tall as the Cimbrian, but with a breadth of shoulder that made him look almost square. His arms, hanging down toward his knees, were cabled with muscle. His hair and beard were matted filth, but they still had the color of fire. Small blue eyes crackled under bony brows. The dented nose dilated, sucking air into a shaggy, bow-legged frame clad only in its chains. He trumpeted at the darkness. "Hear me! You had courage enough to kill one stunned man tossed down to you. Now you've no hope for your flea-bitten lives but to fight. Whether you touch the overseer or not, do you think the Romans would spare a man of us after this? They'll grind you up for pig mash. Follow us, beat in a few heads. After all the beatings you've taken, it's your turn, and we'll have the ship." Whirling on Jodin, he said with a wolfish glee, "Come, let's at 'em. The rest will trail us." "There's a spear somewhere," said the Cimbrian. "Ha! I have my chains." The big man whirled the link still hanging on his wrists. Jodin thought of Wicca, of his son and his father, and of Marius' triumphal parade. He swung up the ladder. The crew were gathered nearby on guard. One of them shouted as Jodin's head emerged and ran forward, holding a pike. Jodin braced himself. As the metal thrust at him, he caught its shaft and forced it up. He jerked back while he took the last few rungs. The sailor fell to one knee. Jodin came out on deck, yanked the pike away, and tossed it under the legs of the two nearest men approaching him. They went down. "Haw! Well cast!" bawled Redbeard. A man was going up the ladder to the poop deck. Over the heads of 2 or 3 sailors, Jodin saw that he had a bow. "See, up there!" he cried as he danced back from the Gaul's sword thrust. Redbeard grunted, whirled his chain, and let fly. The Thracian deckhand screamed as the staple end smashed across his face, and dropped his axe. The Redbeard picked it up, took aim, and threw it. There was a gleam in the air and a meaty whack. The bowman fell off the ladder, wailing, the axe standing in his shoulder. "Back to back," snapped Jodin. The crew were circling him, looking for a chance to rush in. He counted 4. The Gaul, the Greek, the Pamphylian, and a stocky fellow with a leather apron, belike a carpenter. The Thracian, who rolled about moaning, and the archer, who lay bleeding to death, were out of the fight. And here, from around the cabin, leaving their hot water kettle, came Demetrios and Flavius. Redbeard wrapped a chain about his right hand. The links on his left he kept dangling, and twirled it. "Hoy, down there in the pit!" he shouted. "Get off your moldy butts and come crack some bones!" The Pamphylian and the Greek moved in side by side, facing Jodin. The first of them leaped about, thrusting lightly with his sword, not trying to do more than hold the Cimbrian's eyes. Then the Greek worked in from the left. Jodin's blade clanged against his. At once the Pamphylian darted close. Jodin could just whip his sword around in time to wound him and drive him back. It gave the Greek an opening. Jodin saw that assault from the edge of an eye. He got his cloak-shielded arm in the way. The Greek struck for his hip, but the thrust only furrowed Jodin's flesh. Then Redbeard swatted his chain-clad hand around, and the Greek reeled back. Jodin thrust savagely at the Pamphylian, who retreated. Redbeard batted the carpenter's pike aside with his right hand. The chain on his left wrist snapped forth and coiled around the Pamphylian's neck. Redbeard pulled him close, took him by the arm, and kicked him down the hatch. "You puking brats!" he roared into the pit as the sailor fell. "Do I have to send him to you?" Demetrios and Flavius were among their men now, only the Gaul, the Greek, and the carpenter. Jodin screamed and shook his sword at them. "Ho, ho, 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 hoo!" "Form ranks," barked Flavius. "Best we get back under the poop," panted Redbeard. Jodin drifted aft across the deck, growling. 5 men left, no more. But they marched in a line, their timidity gone. 2 could not hope to stop them for long. The slaves came out. Not all had so much courage, perhaps 10, but those fell upon the crew with broken oars, chains, and bare hands. Jotun saw Flavius turn coolly, lift his sword, and sheathe it in a throat, pull it free, and gouge the next man open. The sailors fell into a ring, the yelping slaves recoiled. "Ho, ho, ho, he, ye!" shrieked Jotun, and charged. It was Flavius' head he wanted, but the Greeks he got. The sailor, his face puffy from the chain blow it had taken, stabbed. Jotun went to one knee and let the point tear his wadded cloak. He thrust upward. Blood ran from the Greek's thigh, but the man stood firm. Jotun jumped to his feet, got 2 hands on the Greek's sword wrist, and put his weight behind them. He heard the arm leave the socket, and the Greek went down. Jotun saw that the fight had departed this place. The slaves were clubbing loose. He followed. A rower emerged from below, saw the Greek and the Thracian lying helpless, and battered them to death. Jotun glimpsed Redbeard across the ship, locked bare-handed with the carpenter. Those were 2 strong men. The carpenter broke free and ran, pursued by Redbeard. Under the forecastle stood a rack of tools. As the carpenter picked up a hammer, Redbeard smote him with a chain, and the hammer dropped. Redbeard caught it in mid-air, roared, and struck the carpenter. But now the battle had ended. The Gaul had fallen, pounded to ruin. Only Flavius and the captain still lived. They fought their way aft to the poop. 6 wounded slaves and 3 dead lay behind them. When they stood on the upper deck and defended the way with their swords, the mutineers fell back. For a while there was silence. The ship rolled easily, waves clapped the strakes, wind hummed in the rigging. The hurt men moaned, the dead men and the wreckage rolled about, but those were not loud noises under so high a heaven. Redbeard went to the foot of the poop and shook his hammer. "Will you come down, or must I fetch you?" he cried. "Come if you will," said Flavius. "It would be a service to rid the earth of Latin as atrocious as yours." Redbeard hung back, glowering. One by one, the rowers drifted up to join him. Flavius arched his brows at them and grinned. His hair was flung disarrayed by the breeze, his tunic was ripped, and a bruise purpled one calf, but he stood as though in Rome's forum. Beside him, Demetrios mouthed threats and brandished his blade. Jotun went to the hatch. He heard the remaining slaves clamor down there, and a sickness choked him. By the bull, he thought, if those creatures have so much as spoken to Wicca or Phryne, the fish will get them cooked. "Hoy!" he shouted. "Come up! We have won!" Something stirred on the ladder, and then the sun caught Wicca's bright blowing hair. She trod forth, dropping the trident in an unaware gesture. One leg showed through a rent in her gown. Her broad, snub-nosed face was still bewildered. The blue eyes were hazed, as though she had not fully awakened. "Wicca," croaked Jotun, "are you hurt?" "No." He flung his sword to the deck and drew her to him. "We have the ship," he said. "We are free." A moment only, her fingers tightened on his arms. Then she pulled away and looked over the blood-smeared deck. "Flavius?" she whispered. "Up there." Jotun pointed with a stabbing motion. "We'll soon snatch him down." Wicca stepped aside. She shivered. "It does not seem real," she said in a child's high, thin voice. Phryne's boy figure emerged. She was holding a dripping dagger. She looked at it, shook her head, flung it from her, and bent shut eyes down upon clenched fists. Jotun laid a hand on her shoulder. He had been wild at thinking of harm to Wicca. Now a strange tenderness rose in him, and he asked very gently, "What happened, Phryne?" She raised a blind, violet stare. "I killed a man," she said. "Oh, no more than that?" Thankfulness sang within Jotun. "It was not so little." She rubbed a wrist across her forehead. "I think I will have evil dreams for a long time." "But men are killed daily." "He was a slave," said Phryne without tone. "Wicca and I went among them. She pulled out the staples, and I guarded her. This one man shouted and seized her dress. He would have had her down under the bench. I struck him. I struck him twice in the neck. He slumped back, but it took him a while to die. A sunbeam came in. I saw that he did not understand. He was only a man, a young man. What did he know of us, of our purpose down there? Of anything but bench and chains and whip and one niggard piece of sky. And now he is among the shades, and he will never know. She turned away, went to the rail, and stared out at the horizon. Jodin thought for a moment. He would have given blood of his own to comfort her, though this seemed only some female craziness. At last, "Well, do you think it would have been better for him to dishonor the woman that wanted to free him?" Phryne paused before answering. "No, that is true. But give me a while to myself." Jodin picked up his sword and went to the poop ladder. The slaves milled about, grumbling. Their bodies were mushroom-colored, and they blinked in the bright day. They had not been starved, for their strength was worth money, but sores festered on them, and their hair and beards were crusted. Only the big red man seemed altogether human. Belike he had not been long at the oars. He turned about, bobbed his head awkwardly, and rumbled, "I lay my life at your feet. You gave me back myself." Jodin grinned. "I had small freedom to choose. It was get help or be cut down." "Nevertheless, there is fate in you," said Redbeard. He lifted his hammer between both hands. "I take you for chieftain. I am your hound and horse, bow and quiver, son and grandson, until the sky is broken." Jodin said, moved to see tears on a giant's face. "Who are you?" "I am called Tjor the Sarmatian, Disa. My folk are the Rook Ansa, a confederation among the Atlantic peoples. We dwell on the western side of the Don River, north of the Azov Sea. I carry Disa blood myself, being a son of the clan chief Beli. The Cimmerian Greeks caught me in battle a few years ago. I went from hand to hand, being too quick of temper to make a good slave, until at last they pegged me into this floating sty. And now you have freed me." Tjor blew his nose and wiped his eyes. "Well, I am Jodin, Bjorik's son, of the Cimbri. We can trade stories later. How shall we dislodge those two up there?" "A bow would be easiest," said Tjor, brightening. "But I'd liefer throw things at them." Flavius went to the deck's edge and looked down. "Jodin," he called, "will you speak with me?" The Cimbrian bristled. "What can you say to talk back your life?" "Only this." Flavius' tone remained cool. "Do you really think to man a ship with these apes? They know how to row. Can they lay a course, hold a rudder, set a sail, or splice a line? Do you yourself even know where to aim, to reach some certain country? Now Captain Demetrios has mastered all these arts, and I, who own a small pleasure craft, have some skill. Jodin, you can kill us if you wish, but then you will be wrecked in a day." There was buzzing among the slaves. The ship heeled sharply under a gust, and Jodin felt spray sting his face. Phryne left the rail and came to him. "I have not seen much of the sea," she said, "but I fear Flavius is right." Jodin looked back along the deck toward Wicca. She stood watching the Roman in a way he did not know, save that it was not hate. Jodin raised his sword until it trembled before his eyes. The blood running down the blade made the haft slippery. "I had no real quarrel with any of the men whose blood this was," he thought. Then he regarded the sea, where it curled white on restless greenish blue, and the sky, and the far dim line that was Italy. He spat on the planks and called, "Very well. Lay down your arms and be our deck officers. You shall not be harmed." "What proof do you have?" snorted Demetrios. "None, except that he wants to reach land again with his wife," said Flavius. "Come." He led the way down the ladder. The rowers muttered obscenity. Two of them moved close, their pieces of oar lifted. Tjor waved them back with his sledge. Flavius handed his sword to Jodin, who pitched it down so it rang. I advise you to assert your authority without delay." Flavius folded his arms and leaned against the poop, amused of face. "You have an unruly band there." By now the remaining oarsmen had come on deck. Eodin counted them. All told, he had 16 alive, including Tjor, though several of these had suffered wounds. He mounted halfway up the ladder. "Hear me!" he cried. They moved about, stripping the fallen sailors, shaking weapons they had taken, chattering in a dozen tongues. Several edged close to Wicca. "Hear me!" roared Eodin. Tjor took Demetrios' helmet and banged on it with his hammer till ears hurt from the noise. "Heed me now, or I throw you overboard!" shouted Eodin. When he had them standing, squatting, or sitting beneath him, he began to talk. There was little art of oratory among the northern folk, but he knew coldly that he must learn it for himself this day if he wanted to live. "I am Eodin who freed you," he said. "I am a Cimbrian. Last year, having destroyed many Roman armies, we entered Italy. There our luck turned. We were beaten, and I was taken for a slave. But my luck has turned again, for you see that I captured this ship and struck the irons off you. And I shall give you your own freedom back." He played for a while on the thought of no more manacles or whips, sailing to a land where they could find homes and wives or start out for their own countries. When he had them shouting for him, he was astonished how easy that was. He grew stern. "A ship without a captain is a ship for the sea to eat. Now I am the captain. For the good of all, I must be obeyed. For the good of all, those who do not obey must suffer death or the lash. Hear me. It may well be needful for you to row again, but you will row as free men. He who will not pull his oar is not chained. He is welcome to leave us over the side. He whose gluttony takes more than his ration shall be cut into fish bait to make up for it. Hear me. I show you 2 women. They are mine. I know you have been long without women, but he who touches them, he who so much as makes a lewd remark to them, will be nailed to the yardarm. For I am your captain. I am he who will lead you to freedom and safety. I am the captain." A moment's stillness, then Tjor whooped, and then they all shouted themselves raw, clapped, danced, and held their weapons aloft. "Captain! Captain!" Eodin leaned on the ladder while the cheering beat in his face. Now, he thought drunkenly, now I can forgive Marius that he made a triumph. But the ship was bucking, drifting before the wind. While Tjor went among the men, binding hurts and learning what skills they might have, Eodin conferred. Beside him were Wicca, who held his arm and looked gravely at him, and Phryne, who stood with feet braced wide against the roll and fists defiantly on her hips. Demetrios, red with throttled anger, faced Eodin. Flavius sat on a coil of rope, his chiseled features gone blank. "First, we must know where to betake us," said Eodin. "I do not think we could sail unquestioned into Massilia harbor as we are. Could we put in elsewhere on the shore of Gaul, unseen?" "It's a tricky coast for a lubber crew," said Demetrios. "Narbonensis is thickly settled," added Phryne. "Even if we landed in some cove, I doubt we would get far on foot before some prefect tracked us down." Her gaze went west toward the sun. "Indeed, nearly all the mid-world seacoasts of Europe are Roman." "There is Africa," said Flavius. Phryne nodded thoughtfully. It struck Eodin, why had he never noticed it before with her hair so short, that the shape of her head was beautiful. "Mauritania," she murmured. "No, that is well west of us. A long way to go across open sea with so tiny and awkward a crew. Numidia must be nearly south, but so is Carthage, where Romans dwell. Then I hear Tripolis and Cyrenaica are desert in many places, down to the very sea." Eodin said, "By the bull, we could sail around Gaul to Jutland." Flavius laughed noiselessly. Demetrios rumbled like some fire mountain before he achieved words. "Would you not rather bore a hole in the ship? That would be an easier way to drown." Phryne smiled at the Cimbrian.
"I should have awaited such a plan from you," she said, "but he is right. It is too long a voyage, and the ocean is too rough for the likes of us."
"Well then," he snapped, "where can we go?"
"I would say toward Egypt."
Jotun started. He had not often seen Phryne redden. She lowered her eyes, but went on hurriedly.
"Oh, we could not sail into Alexandria like any mariners. The king of Egypt has no more desire to encourage slave revolt than the Roman Senate. But there should be smaller harbors, or we could run into the Nile Delta after dark, or... It is a world city, Alexandria, even more than Rome. Let us once enter it afoot, a few at a time, with just a little money, and surely we can be better hidden than in the wildest desert. And those who would go further can find berths with eastbound ships or caravans. You could go as far as the Cimmerian Bosporus, Jotun, Wicca, and thence make your own way north through the barbarian lands to your home."
Jotun looked at Demetrios. The captain grunted. "I suppose it might be done this time of year," he said. "You'll let me off unhurt, won't you now? The gods will hate you if you break your word to me." Flavius said calmly, "Chance a bet your scheme, Phryne. The wind is right for doubling around Sicily." Jotun whipped his sword up, threw it so it stuck in the bulkhead, toning, and laughed. "Then we sail." He found much to do in the next few hours. He had to organize the crew, giving duties to all the men. He had to visit the whole ship. He had to count the stores and guess what ration of moldy hardtack, wormy meat, sour wine, and scummed water could be handed out each day. His crew elected to sleep below in the pit. Most of them feared sea monsters would snatch an unconscious man off the deck, a yarn often spun galley slaves to keep them docile. A cleared space in the forecastle peak was turned over to Tior, Flavius, and Demetrios, who must always be on call. The prisoner officers would stand watch and watch the whole journey, supervised by captain or mate. Not trusting himself, Jotun said Tior would guard Flavius. Having cleaned the decks and gotten rid of the dead, they promised Neptune a bull when they came ashore to pay for polluting his waters. The crew made some shambling attempt to become human. It was almost a merry scene. Tior dragged a forge out on deck. Iron roared as his hammer and chisel struck off men's fetters. Beyond him stood a black Ethiopian, who hacked off as much hair and beard as shears would take. A tub of seawater and a sponge waited, and they could put on the tunics or loincloths of the fallen sailors, shabby indeed, but more than a bench slave had. And a stew-pot bubbled on the hearth forward of the mast, and an extra dole of wine was there to pour for the gods or drink oneself. Overhead strained the single square sail, patched and mildewed, but carrying them south from Rome. A thought reached Jotun. He said, dismayed, "But, Phryne, I have not found any quarters for you." She looked at the cabin, then back at him and Wicca. Sunset burned yellow behind her slight form. "I can use that canvas shelter up on the forecastle deck," she said. "It seems wrong," he muttered. "Without you, I would be dead 100 times over, or still a slave. You should have the cabin, and we—" "You could not be alone enough in a tent on deck," she said. He heard Wicca's breath stumble, but she uttered no word. The sun went down, somewhere beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The moon, approaching the full, rose out of Asia. The men yawned their way to sleep. Jotun overheard one young fellow say it had been a trying day. Presently, only the watch was above decks, a lookout in the bows and one on the crow's nest, a steersman and Demetrios on the poop, 2 standbys dozing under the taffrail. Phryne said to Jotun, "Will you not sleep too?" "Not till Tior relieves me," he said. "Would you trust that captain man?" "I can oversee him and call for help if—" Jotun's mouth lifted wryly. "Thank you, Phryne, but it is not needful. Later, perhaps. Now, I think we shall watch the moon for a bit." "Oh." The Greek girl was a whiteness in the night. She seemed very small within the great ring of the sea. Her head bent. "Oh, I understand. Good night, Jotun." "Good night." He watched her go to her tent. Wicca stood by the larboard rail. Her hair, loosened, rippled a little in the wind. He thought he could still see a tinge of its golden hue. Otherwise, the moon turned her to silver and mist. She was not wholly real. But shadows drew the deep curves of her, where the torn dress fluttered and streamed. Jodun's temples beat, slow and heavy. He walked to her, and they stood looking east. The moon dazzled their eyes and flung a shaken bridge across darkly gleaming waters. There were not many stars to be seen against its brightness up in the violet-blue night. The sea rolled and whispered, the wind thrummed low, the ship's forefoot hissed, and its timbers talked aloud.
"I had not awaited this," said Jodun at last, because she was not going to speak, and he could find no better words. "To gain her own vessel." "It seems more of a risk this way," she answered, staring straight before her. The hands he remembered. How fair was a woman's hand laid beside the rough, hairy paw of a man, were clenched on the rail. "It is my fault. Had I not failed you this noontime—"
"How did the Roman get to the door?" he asked. "You could have called me, or at least put your sword in him when he neared it, could you not?"
"I tried," she said. "But when he began to move that way, slowly, as if by mere chance, talking to me all the while, he was so merry, and he was saying me a verse. I did not want to."
She shook her head, her lips pulled back from her teeth, and she said harshly,
"Once I attacked him, were not all our lives forfeit? Was it not to be done only if death stood certain before us? I waited too long, that is all. I misjudged and waited too long."
"You could have warned him not to move further."
"He talked all the time, his verse. I had no chance to."
"You had no wish to interrupt him," flared Jodun. "Is that not the way of it?
He was singing you some pretty little lay about your eyes or your lips and smiling at you.
You would not break the mood with anything so rude as a warning. Is that not how he used you?" Her head bent. She slung to the rail and arched her back with the effort not to scream. Jodun paced up and down for a time. Somewhere out in the water, a dolphin broached, playing with the moonlight. There was strangely little wind to feel when you sailed before it, as though the hollow, murmurous canvas above them had gathered it all in. When he turned his face aft, he caught only the lightest of warm, wandering airs. It was a fair night, he thought, a night when the powers were gentle. It was a night to lie out with your beloved as you carried her home. Jodun said finally, with more weariness than he had thought a man's bones could bear, "Oh, yes, I too have learned somewhat of these Southlanders. They are more skilled and gracious folk than we. They can speak of wisdom, opening the very heavens as they talk, and their wit is like sunshine skipping over a swift brook, and their verses sing a heart from its body. And their hands shape wood and stone so it seems alive. And love is also a craft to be learned, with 1,000 small delights we heavy-footed North folk had not dreamed us. Yes, all this I have seen for myself, and it was foolish of me to suppose you were blind." He came back behind her and laid his hands on her waist. "Is it Flavius, then, that you care for?" "I do not know," she whispered. "But you were never more than a few months' pleasure to him," cried Jodun. His voice split across. "He swore it was otherwise." Her fingers twisted together, her head wove back and forth as if seeking flight. "I do not know, Jodun. There is a trolldom laid on me, perhaps, though he said he would raise me from all the darkness of witches and gods into a sunlight air where only men dwelt. I do not know." She tore herself free, whirled about, and faced him. "Can you not understand, Jodun? You are dear to me, but I care for him too, and that is why I am dishonored. It is not that I, a prisoner, lay with him, but I was his." Jodun let his arms fall. "And you still are?" he asked. "I told you I do not know." She stared blindly out to sea. "Now you have heard. Do what you think best." "You can have the cabin for yourself," he said. He wanted to make it a gentle tone, but his words clashed flatly. She fled from him, and he heard the door bang shut upon her. After a long while, he looked skyward, found the North Star, and measured its position against the moonlit wake. As nearly as he could tell, they were still on course. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Of the Golden Slave, by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 11. The wind held strong, blowing them toward western Sicily with little work on their own part. Now and again they spoke other ships. This was a well-trafficked sea. Eodin, whose height and accent could never be taken for Italian, followed Phryne's advice and told them he was a Gaul out of Massilia for Apollonia, and then they dipped under the marching horizon. The first day passed somehow. Eodin busied himself with Tjor, learning what seamanship a surly Demetrios could pass on. He dared hardly speak to Flavius, but the Roman stayed in the forecastle most of the time the Cimbrian was on deck. Wicca kept her cabin, whelmed by sickness from the roughening sea. It had never before occurred to Eodin that the ills of the body could be merciful. "Do you stay with her the voyage," he told Phryne. "I will take the tent." She stared at him. He barked as though to a slave. "Do what I say!" Her eyes grew blurred, but she nodded. The crew came on deck, idled in the sun till Tjor went roaring among them with instruction in the deckhand arts. He had to knock down a couple before he got some obedience. "It were best you keep all the weapons," he said to Eodin. The Cimbrian nodded, with a dim try at a jest. "Even yours?" "If you wish," said Tjor, surprised. He wore a sword at his thick waist. "But spare me my hammer." Hanging by a thong around one shoulder, it was an iron-headed mallet, 1.5 feet long and some 15 pounds in weight. "Oh, keep your sword," said Eodin. "But what would you with that tool?" "I found it a good weapon yesterday, though a little too short in the haft. It needs more strength to wield than a battle-axe, but I am strong, and it will not warp or break when needed most." Tjor's red-furred hand caressed the thing. "And then we of the Rukansa are a horse-loving folk, who honored the smith's trade above all others. It feels homelike to carry a sledge again. And last but foremost, Captain, this hammer broke the chains off me. For that it shall have a high place in my house on the Don, and I shall offer it sacrifices." Eodin found himself warming to the Sarmatian. He asked further. The Alans were only barbarians in the sense of doing without cities and books. They were a widespread race, many tribes between the Dnieper and the Volga, who farmed and herded for a living. They bred galloping warriors, word-crafty bards, skillful artisans. They traded with the Greeks on the Black Sea and had not only meat and fish and hides to sell, but cloth and metal shaped by their own hands. "Times are not what they have been in the lands of Azov," rumbled Tjor. "We are getting to be too many for our pastures. A dry year means a hungry winter, and the Greeks press upon us. It was in a raid on them that I was captured. Nonetheless, I am of high blood among the Ansa, and now you are my chief. You shall have a good welcome. I hope you will remain, but if not, you shall go where you wish, with gifts and warriors." "Let us first get to your Don River," said Eodin. He turned from the Alan, knowing he hurt him by such curtness, but he could not speak of hope when Wicca lay farther from him than Rome from Cimberland. Could it but be judged by the sword between him and Flavius? But death was no remedy, thought Eodin, and that knowledge, which he had not had before, was bitter within him. The day and the night passed. He noticed that the crew were beginning to talk in small groups, on the deck or down in the south. The former captain jerked a thumb at the sight as he neared. He thought little of it. When he came from his tent next morning to take his watch with Demetrios, there were cloud banks piled white in the south. The former captain jerked a thumb at the sight. "There you are," he said. "That marks Sicily. We'll round Lilybaeum today. Then we'll have to come about on an east-southeast course. Don't like cutting over open sea myself, but we can't get lost very bad. Dare say we'll raise Africa around Cyrenaica, then follow the coast to Egypt." "And abandon the ship on some unpeopled beach," nodded Jodin. He saw of a sudden that his crew was gathering under the poop. Some had been on deck already, now others emerged in answer to low-voiced hails. Only Flavius and the helmsman remained apart. Jor unshipped his hammer, walked to the poop's edge, and looked down. The wind tossed his hair and beard like flame. "What's this?" he said. "What are you mucktoads up to?" A very young man, dark and aquiline, not all the eagerness whipped out of him, waved his hands at the others. "Come, follow me," he said. "This way. Stick close. We've all decided, now we've all got to stick together." They shuffled their feet, sheepish under Jodin's chilling green gaze. A burly man in the rear began to herd them along, slapping at stragglers. They drifted toward the Cimbrian. "Well?" said Jodin. The youth ducked his head. "Master Captain," he began, "I am called Quintus. I'm from Saguntum in Spain. The men have chosen me, fair and open, by free vote, to speak for us all." "And?" Jodin dropped a hand to his sword. The black eyes were uneasy beneath his, but there was a mongrel courage in them. "Master Captain," said Quintus, "we're not unmindful of being freed. Though none of us was asked, and some would not have voted to desert their posts if it had been put to the fair democratic test. For mark you, master, it wasn't a very merry life, but you got your bread, and you rested ashore between voyages. Now we can look for nothing but slow death, the innocent with the guilty if we're caught." "I do not intend to be caught," said Jodin. "Oh, of course not, master." The boy washed his hands together servilely and cringed, but he did not leave the spot where he stood. And behind the silent, shuffling mass, his big confederate held a piece of broken ore to prod the reluctant into place. "There is money abroad," said Jodin. "When we come to Egypt and beach this hulk, we shall divide the coins and go our separate ways. Would you not rather become a free Alexandrian worker than sit chained to a bench all your life?" "Well, now, sir, the free man is often only free to starve. An owner keeps his slaves fed, at least. Some of us is right unhappy about that. We don't know how to go about finding work in a strange land. We don't know the talk, nor customs, nor anything. The older of us are all too plainly slaves, with marks of shackle and whip, maybe a brand. And what have we got to prove we was lawfully freed, if anyone asks? Master Captain, we have talked about this a long time, and reached a fair democratic decision, and now we crave you listen to it." Jodin thought grimly, "It is another thing I do not understand, that a slave need not be pampered to embrace his own slavery." He said aloud, forcing a grin, "Well, if you want to be chained again, I can oblige you." A few men snickered nervously. Quintus shook his head. "You make a joke, master. Now let me put it to you square, as man to man. For we are all free comrades now, thanks to you, Master Captain. But we are all outlaws, too. None dare go home, unless they come from a far barbarian land. None of us from civilized parts can ever return, now can we? But we've got this ship, and we've got arms. There are not so many of us yet, but with the first success we can have more like ourselves. And the Eastern Sea is full of trade. I know these waters myself. There is also many an island around Greece where nobody ever comes to hide on, and many a lesser port we could sail into to spend our earnings, where no one asks how it was earned." "Get to the point, you dithering blubberhead," said Jor. "You want to turn sea bandits? Is that the way of it?" The Spanish youth shrank back, swayed forward again, and chattered. Pirates, Master Captain. Free companions of the Midworld Sea. There's no other hope for us, not really there isn't. If caught, and many of us would surely be caught, wandering into Egypt by ourselves, we'll die anyhow. This way, if the gods are kind, we'll not die at all. Or if we do, we'll have good times before." "Pirates," mumbled the crew. "Pirates! We'll be pirates!" Jor leaped down to the main deck so it thudded beneath him. He walked forward in a red bristle, his hammer aloft. "You fish-eyed slobberguts," he roared. "Back to your duty." The burly man hefted his broken oar. "Now, master mate," he said, "be calm. This was voted on,
Democratic, supplied Quintus.
So now a ship is to be a republic, called Flavius from the poop. "I wish you joy of your captaincy, Jotun." The Cimbrian closed fingers about his sword. He could not feel the anger that snapped from Chior. It seemed of no great importance when Wicca had cloven herself from him. "I do not wish this," he said mildly. Emboldened, the Spaniard stepped close to him.
"Oh, Master Captain, there was no thought of mutiny," he exclaimed. "Why, we are your best friends. That was the first thing I said when we met to talk this over. The captain is our captain, I said, and
I have better things to do than skulk about these waters."
"But, Captain, sir, we'll be your men. We'll do anything you say."
The boy grinned confidently, pressing his words in.
"Just treat us like men, with some rights of our own, is all we ask."
"I'll treat you like an anvil first," snorted Chior, his hammer lifted. "No, wait." Jotun caught the mate's arm as Quintus scuttled back, squealing. "Let them have their way." "Disa," said Chior with horror. "You turn into a louse-bitten pirate who could be a king of the Rukansa?" "Oh, no. We shall still leave the ship in Egypt as we planned, but if they want to take it afterward and go roving, it is no concern of ours." Jotun bent close, muttering, "Until we do get there, we'll need a willing crew." "We'll have one, if you'll let me bang loose a few teeth," said Chior. "I know this breed. Yellow dogs. They'll lick your feet or pull out your throat, but not in between." "It is not my pleasure to fight our own men," said Jotun coldly. But, well, so be it, my chief." Jotun turned back to the others. "I agree thus far. You may have the vessel after I have disembarked at my goal. Meanwhile, I advise you to learn better seamanship."
"But, Master Captain," said Quintus, "we know you and the honored mate are the best fighters aboard. We want you to lead us."
Jotun shook his head.
"Well, will you lead us against any ships we may happen to find before you depart?"
Jotun shrugged. "As you like, provided I think it's safe."
"Oh, indeed, master, indeed!"
The boy spun around to face the men, raising his arms. "Give thanks to the captain!" "Hoy!" cried Demetrios in dismay. "What about me?" "You'll do as you're told," said Chior. Demetrios gulped and looked appealingly at Flavius. The Roman smiled, winked, and came down the poop ladder. "Your watch," he said. After a while, Jotun began to regret not following Chior's counsel. His crew had become still more slatternly. Now they would do nothing but sit about boasting of their future, until he finally kicked them into sullen labor. Quintus sidled up in the afternoon and proposed that the weapons be handed out so the men could practice. Jotun told them they should first practice being sailors. Quintus argued. He would not stop arguing until Jotun finally knocked him to the deck. Then he slouched off, muttering, to find his big friend. Toward evening, Wicca came on deck. She was supported by Phryne, and her face was pale. Jotun's heart turned over. He went to her and asked, "Do you feel well, my darling?"
"Better," she said dully, "but so tired."
Phryne, who had not followed their Cimbric, said angrily to Jotun,
"She shivers with cold. I have no warmth to give her."
He said in the northern language, "Would you have me stay with you tonight, Wicca?"
"As you wish," she said. "You are my husband."
Jotun left her, went to the hearth and struck the cook with his fist for a bad supper. Presently, Wicca returned to the cabin. Phryne sought Jotun. Was it only the sunset that reddened her eyes? He said in a jagged tone,
"I do not know what is wrong between you two. I can only guess, but I will sleep no more with her."
"You can have the tent back then," said Jotun bitterly, "and I will roll a blanket on deck, since it appears we must all be sundered from each other."
"Before Hades, I wonder now if she may not be right,"
yelled Phryne. She stamped her foot, whipped about, and ran to the tent. She was still wearing the boy's tunic, bare-legged, for there were no women's garments aboard save Wicca's dresses, too large for her. Quintus, squatting by the rail with his friend, the big man called Narcissus, stared after the Greek girl and smacked his lips. Jotun paced the deck in wrath, wondering what unlucky thing he had done. Well, the night wind take them all. Phryne, who would not help his wife when she needed help, and Wicca, who had become a Roman's whore, and— By the bull, no, he would not say that of her. If it were true, the only thing would be to cast her off, and he would not do that. He raised his hands toward the early stars. I would pull down the sky if I could, he said between his teeth. I would make a balefire for the world of all the world's gods and kindle it and howl while it burned. And I would tread heaven under my feet and call up the dead from their graves to hunt stars with me, till nothing was left but the night wind. No thunderbolt smote him. The ship ran onward, dropping the dark mass of Sicily astern. The last red clouds in the west smoldered to ash and then to night. The moon stood forth, insolently cool and fair. Jotun had no wish to sleep, but he saw that Demetrios was dangerously worn, so he sent the man aft to rouse Flavius and Chor. We can hold this course all night, they tell me, he said to the Allen. The wind is falling, so we won't go too far. Call me if anything seems to threaten. Da. Chor's small bush-browed eyes went from Jotun to the closed cabin door. He shook his head, and the moonlight showed a bemused compassion on his battered face. As you will, Captain. Flavius hung back, well into the shadows. He did not follow Chor and the new watch aft until Jotun had departed. The Cimbrian rolled himself into his blanket forward of the mast, so the sail's shadow would keep the moon from his eyes. He sought sleep, but it would not come. Now and again he heard bare feet slap the planks, a man on watch or one come from below for some air. It was warmer tonight than before. His skin prickled. He cursed wearily, forbade himself to toss about and lay still. If he acted sleep, perhaps he could draw sleep. It seemed as though many hours went by. Surely the night was old. He opened one eye. The same stars, the same moon. It had only been his thoughts, treading the same barren circle. What use, he thought, was a kingdom, what use even was freedom, when— There was scuffling, very faint up in the bow. Jotun opened both eyes. Some noise, mice. No, it was heavier. He glanced aft. He could see Flavius and the helmsman, Chor blocky against the Milky Way. They had seen nothing, heard nothing. Indeed, it was very faint. Up in the crow's nest, the lookout stood gazing into nowhere. Well, no matter. The bow lookout would have cried any needful alarm. Jotun sat up. But where was the man in the bow? He remembered dimly that, yes, the Narcissus man had traded for that watch about sundown. Narcissus' hulking shadow did not show above the forecastle. There was only Phryne's tent. With a cold thought of long-necked monsters raiding ships' decks for their food, Jotun sprang to his feet. Sword out, he glided toward the forecastle. Up the ladder, the struggle was within the tent. Jotun howled and lifted its flap. Moonlight splashed Quintus' grinning face. He knelt on Phryne's arms, one hand over her mouth and the other on her breast. "No one has to know, my beautiful," he had been whispering. Narcissus' knees held her thighs apart. He was just lifting her tunic. Jotun struck. He felt his blade grate along a rib. Narcissus' hands loosened. He straightened on his knees, plucking at the steel in his side. Jotun pulled it out, and Narcissus coughed up blood. Jotun struck him again, between the jaws, so that it crashed. The sword came out the back of his neck. Quintus leaped from the upper deck. "Help!" he wailed. "Help, men, help!" Phryne struggled from beneath Narcissus. Her tunic was drenched black under the moon with his blood. "Are you harmed?" croaked Jotun out of horror. "No," she said in a blind, stunned fashion. "You came soon enough." She looked at her dripping garment, and a shudder went through her. She undid her belt and flung the tunic over the side.
But I would have bled so much less, she cried.
"What is it?" bawled Shore. "Stand fast!"
The crew boiled from the hatch. Jodin put his foot on Narcis's face and tugged the sword free. It took all his strength. He sprang down to the main deck. "Where is Quintus from Saguntum?" he roared. "Bind me that offal before I kill the rest of you!" He swirled and screamed on deck. Blue shadows mingled in the white, relentless moonlight. Chor went among the crew, striking with the butt of his hammer. Jodin saw Quintus huddled up against the poop, hands raised before his face. "There!" he shouted. "There!" "Help!" shrieked the boy. "Help me! He has gone mad, shipmates! Hold off that barbarian!" It was a while before some sort of calm had been restored. Then Jodin stood before Quintus and said, "This creature tried to violate a woman. You have heard the punishment. Nail him up." "No, no, no," chattered Quintus. "It isn't so, mates. It isn't so. She lured us herself, she did. She begged us to come to her. Look at her there, flaunting herself." Their eyes all went forward, where Phryne wept as she stood at a water bucket, sponging Narcissus' blood off her skin. "It's just his jealousy. This barbarian is a worse tyrant than Overseer ever was. Are you going to stand for this, mates?" Chor tossed his hammer in the air. "That you are," he said, "or feel my little kissing engine here. Bring us some rope. Up this dog goes." By now, Flavius and Demetrios had joined the crowded, frightened band. The Roman stepped forth, raising an arm. Moonlight outlined him white and clean as some marble god. He said in easy tones, "Of course I was taken prisoner, so perhaps I've no right to speak. But I do still think of myself as a shipmate. I'm a sailor too for pleasure, and we're all on this same keel together. So if you would hear my words—" "Be still," said Jodin. "This is nothing worth talking about." Wicca came from her cabin. "What is it?" she asked. "What has happened?" She looked so young and alone that a power seized upon Jodin. Willy-nilly, he must go to reassure her. And meanwhile, Flavius waved an angry Chor aside casually and went on. "I understand you turned pirate to escape Rome's crosses. But have you gained much when your own captain begins to crucify you one by one? Why, this youth was the spokesman of your liberty. Will you listen to him cry in agony tomorrow? If so, you will deserve the cross yourselves. And you will get it. What does the captain care? He is only going to Egypt. It is nothing to him if he kills one of you outright and hangs up another to keep you awake with dying groans. So you, already undermanned or overcome at your first battle. What of it, says your captain, safely ashore?" "Now that's muck bespattered enough," growled Shore. "One more word from anybody, and I'll spray his brains on deck." "Hail, free companions of the sea," declaimed Flavius, and stepped aside. Phryne left the pail. Her body glistened wet as she ran, and when she caught Jodin's hands, her own were like some river nymphs. She remembered again cool forest becks in the north, when she was small and the world a wonder. "Jodin," she cried, "you'll not do any such thing." "But he would have—" "He did not succeed, and even if he had, would it restore what I lost? Jodin, I am the one wronged, and I should give judgment." He felt himself suddenly exhausted. "O great dark bull, breathe sleep upon me," he said to her. "Well, thus did we Cimbri set blood price. What would you have me do, this animal?" Phryne looked into the boy's liquid eyes and saw how his thin chest went up and down with terror. "Let him go. He will not harm me again." Quintus fell to his knees. "I am your slave, bright goddess of mercy," he sobbed. Jodin snapped. "Had you kept still, I would have let you go wholly free. You jabber too much. 10 lashes. Wicca's lips thinned. "You are too soft, Jodin," she said. "I would have put him on the yardarm." He checked a cruel retort and walked from her. While the needful work was being done, he heard Flavius speak low by the rail with a crewman. "It is true, a violently rebelling slave may not live. However, this case is unusual.
I have influence, and of course it is always possible in case of mutiny. Shall we say a few loyal souls had been manumitted beforehand and thus did not come under the law? Much would depend on the testimony of any Roman citizen. Jotun thought that trouble was being cooked for him, but he could only stop such mumbles by cutting out every tongue on board. Fire burn them all. He could do what he could, and the rest lay with that weird he had called down upon himself. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 12. In the morning they turned east. The wind had shifted enough to give them some help, though it was necessary to break out the spare oars and put 10 men back on them. Jotun thought of making Flavius go into the pit for a while. He glanced at Phryne, who sat pensively looking out toward Egypt, and decided she would think it an unworthy deed. Wicca came out some time close to noon. She had put on a fresh gown and a blue palla. It set off her sunlight-colored braids. She looked out over the sea, which glittered blue and green in 100 hues, foamed, cried out, and snorted under a sky of pale crystal. The wind whooped over the world's rim and drew blood to her cheeks. Jotun had not seen her so fair since they crossed the alpine snows. He went to her and said, striving to be calm, "I hope you feel yourself again." "Oh yes, I am used to the movement now." Wicca smiled at him, shy as a child, and he remembered that she was after all no more than 18 winters. "Indeed, this is a lovely way of faring, as if we rode on a great bird." Hope kindled him. He rubbed his chin weightily, let him not urge himself too fast, and answered, "Yes, I could become as much a shipwright as a horse-tamer, I think. When we return to the north, we shall begin making some real ships. I only remember boats from my boyhood. Already, I think I could teach their builders some new arts." Her pleasure faded a little. "Are you indeed bound to return to Cimberland?" she asked. "If not to the same place, somewhere near," he said. "I remember my father speaking of tribes not far eastward, Goths and Suenes, strong, wealthy folk who speak a tongue we could understand. But I would at least be among my own folk again." She lowered her face and murmured, "They have a saying here that nothing human is alien to them." "Would you liefer stay in Rome?" he asked, stabbed. "Let us not talk of that," she begged. Her hand stole up to his chin, bristly after the past few unshaven days. When she touched him, it seemed almost pain. "You look so funny," she smiled. "Black hair and yellow whiskers." Thanks," he said, gripping his temper tight. "Since the dye will linger, Phryne told me I'd best shave myself." "How did it happen Phryne came with you?" asked Wicca a little too lightly. "She attended a matron at the farm, Flavius' wife. We came to know each other." "How well?" Wicca arched her brows. "She is my friend," he fumbled. "Nothing else." "Cordelia is a bitch," said Wicca, flushed, "but her maids have an easy enough life. What drove this Phryne to forsake it?" Jotun bridled. "She wanted freedom for herself. She has a man's soul." "Oh," purred Wicca, "one of those." He said in a rage, "You learned too much filth in Rome. I'll speak to you again when you have curbed your tongue." He left her staring after him and went forward. "Heat me some water," he barked. The cook, a deckhand told off to this task among all others, gave him a surly glance and obeyed. Jotun crouched by the hearth with a mirror and scraped the stubble off his face. He cut himself several times. When he walked aft again, he saw that Flavius had come from the forecastle and stood where he himself had been, talking to Wicca. Her face was bent from Jotun, but he saw woe in her twining hands. The Roman did not smile this time. He spoke gravely. Jotun clapped a wild hand to his sword haft. By all the hounds on Hell Road, no, it was beneath him. If she chose to betray him with a greasy Southlander, let her, and wolves eat them both. When he looked again, he saw that Wicca had gone back inside. Flavius stood looking out to sea. The eagle face was unreadable. Then it firmed, and his fist struck the rail. Thereupon Flavius went quickly to the poop, where Quintus of Saguntum squatted on standby duty with a red-streaked back. Those two fell into talk. The day passed. There were many ships. Now and again a man asked the captain if they should not take one. Jotun dismissed the question with scorn. This galley was armed, that one in plain sight of two others. The man would go off muttering. Jor said nothing, but took the carpenter's tools and worked on a boarding plank. Toward sundown, Phryne, who had spent the day making herself a dress from some man-garments, no easy task with only a sailmaker's equipment, came to get her food. She found Jotun standing alone, chewing a heel of bread and watching 2 or 3 crewmen whisper beneath the mast. "We must be far from land now," she remarked. He nodded. "Far enough so we might safely attack some lone ship." "Would you indeed fall upon men who never harmed you to steal their goods?" she asked. It was not deeply reproachful, but he felt he must justify himself to her and thought she was belike the first Cimbrian that ever saw robbery as anything but a simple fact of life. "I would welcome a fight," he said. Then, feeling he had shown too much, he made his tones cool. "If nothing else, the money we could gain would help mightily in Egypt. And if you dislike the idea, we need not slaughter any captives, and we would be setting the galley slaves free." "Then I suppose it is no worse than any other war," she said, but she left him. And the night passed. In the morning, Jotun saw that Flavius was again talking to Wicca. She showed more life than the last time. By all cruel gods, but she was fair, and once mirth crossed her face. He stayed in the poop with Demetrios until his watch ended. There had been nothing to see but water for many hours. The wind dropped till the sail hung half-empty. The creaking oars rubbed men's nerves. As noon passed, it grew hotter, until the crew shed their clothes. Jotun kept his tunic. Wicca came from her cabin and sat in its shade, alone, but he did not go to her. The sun was so brazen off the sea that the other galley had come well over the horizon before the lookout cried its presence. It was also eastbound. Jotun grew tense. "Stand by to come about," he said. "Row down there, you clotheads," bellowed Jor. "You may be rowing to your fortunes." Jotun took the steering oar himself. It was maddeningly slow the way they crept over miles. He thought once that if he built himself a galley in the north, it would not be so heavy and round as these. Yes, open decks, so a man could pull his oar beneath the sky. "She's a big one," said Demetrios. "Too big for the likes of you." Sweat glistened on his nose. His eyes rolled in unease. Jotun felt the old captain was right. The ship he neared had half again the length of his, and its freeboard towered over his deck. Nonetheless, it had no ram, no war engines at all that he could see, though he only knew such by description. And he had eaten too much rage the last few days. It must out somehow. "We will go nearer," he said. "We have decided nothing yet." "We'll decide to slink off again, that's what we'll do," muttered Quintus down on the main deck. "A coward as well as a tyrant, that's our skipper." 1 or 2 nodded furtively. Still they edged closer. The captain of the other galley hailed. "Ho there! This is the Bona Dea of Puteoli, bound for Miletus with a cargo of wine. Who are you?" Jotun repeated his old lie. "Well," replied the stranger, Give us some sea room, then." "I sail where I please," yelled Jodin. "Come closer, and I'll think you're a pirate." "Think what you want." The ships converged. Jodin waited coldly until he heard the alarms and the running feet. Then he gave a crewman the steering oar, ran to the shrouds, and swarmed to the crow's nest. He was high enough and close enough now to look down upon the other deck. He counted the sailors as they scurried about getting their weapons from the captain. 15, and with himself, this one still carried 16. Of course, that meant he would have to arm all his rowers, but he threw a leg around the mast and slid down, shouting, "Ho, ho, ho! Break out the blades!" The men on the deck roared. Chor had to knock one over-eager rower back down the hatch before the oars would move again. Jodin called 2 men to him, pointing out Flavius and Demetrios. "Bind them," he said. Flavius held out his wrists. "Are you afraid we too will attack our gang from the rear?" he asked mildly. "I would not trust you with the women," said Jodin. He slipped Demetrios' helmet pad on his head. The helmet itself followed. Oh, wild war gods, he bore a helmet once more. "Over here!" cried Chor. "This way, you moth-eaten monkeys!" The deck planks grated beneath the heavy, grapnel boarding plank he had fashioned. Spears gleamed along the other ship's rail. Its captain stood in plumed helmet and polished breastplate, laughing down at the handful on Jodin's deck. "So, you had a slave mutiny, did you?" he said. "Well, come on, come on! We'll put you to work here, on your way to the arena." Jodin looked bleakly over his view and thought of the 10 oarsmen beneath his feet. They were not the stuff of a good fighting force. See that skinny graybeard snivel over there? This pirating had never been any idea of his. Narcissus was the best of a bad lot, and Narcissus lay on the sea bottom. Well, Jodin and Chor had to do what they could, for it was too late now. Even if they turned tail, the other galley would pursue, and it had more rowers. He saw Wicca and Phryne by the cabin. They held each other's hands, unspeaking, in that mystery of woe whose initiates are all womankind. He strode to them, buckling on his helmet. "Stay behind that door," he said. "If the fight goes against us, you must do what seems best." He looked into Wicca's eyes, and a smile he had not known was within his strength crossed face and soul. "But it will be well," he said in their own tongue. "You were ever my luck." She lifted a fist and bit her knuckles, and Phryne led her into the cabin. Jodin went below with an armful of weapons. He cried into the grunting, clashing, sweating gloom, "Here is what you asked me for. If you would stay alive, do not disobey me. Remain at your oars until I blow my trumpet. Then pull them in, lest they break your ribs when we strike. And come up and fight." No use to wonder if his scummy followers had even understood. He sped back up the ladder, shield on arm and sword in hand. The Bonadea loomed like a cliff above him. He saw sunlight blink on shields and blades up on her deck. Chor had spiked the boarding plank to the deck. It was elevated by 2 men with ropes, its claws poised to grab. Chor held his hammer up as he gauged the distance. "Now!" he shouted, and swung the mallet down. The 2 men let go, and Jodin sounded Demetrios' trumpet. The plank fell as their bow slashed across the other galley's oars. Wood crackled. A pirate looked at a foot-long splinter hurled into his thigh and wailed. The grapple struck. Its sharpened iron bit deep. The 2 ships shuddered to a halt. "Ho!" yelled Jodin and went up the plank. 2 shields glided into place before him and locked. From behind the men, 2 pikes reached after his guts. Jodin shoved one spear aside with his own shield. The other withdrew, poised and probed in again. He battered at it with his sword. For one black instant, he knew there was no way for him to get past. "Beware, Disa!" Jodin heard the angry bee-buzz and ducked his head. Chor's whirling hammer was released. It struck a face behind one of the shields. The shield went down, its man upon it. Jotun sprang between the two spears, into the gap, over the rail. He stood upon the fallen man and thrust at a pike-wielder. The sailor, with no metal toward his belly, fell backward to escape. Jotun stabbed his mate. The other shield-bearer turned and attacked from the right. Chor reached around Jotun and put a sword in the man's neck. Then Jotun and Chor were back-to-back upon the high deck, holding off the crew. A tall blond man, a German of some kind, ran at Jotun with a longsword uplifted. "I want that blade," said the Cimbrian. He fell to one knee, holding the shield over his head. The German's glaive smashed down on it. Jotun cut at the German's legs, and the man staggered back. Jotun got up again and battered loose. It was no way to use a short sword. The German limped out of reach and swung his great weapon up for a cleaving. Jotun raised his own, faster, and threw it. The German sat down, holding death in himself. Jotun darted forward, snatched up the longsword, and came back to Chor. The Allen, shieldless, had picked up his hammer again. He smote right-handed with it, a ringing and belling and sundering, while his left wielded the Roman blade. "Ha!" he bellowed down the boarding plank. "Are you never coming? Must I do all the work here?" His crew hung back, seeing how wetted steel flashed around those two and blood dripped into the sea. Jotun shrieked at them over the din. "If we lose this fight, you will all go to Rome!" A man down there hefted an axe, set his teeth, and ran up the plank. The others poured after him. Quintus alone remained with a spear. When two of the former slaves turned back, he grinned and prodded them. Only when all his shipmates were caught up in the battle did he himself come. Jotun, looking over a wall of helmets, considered the youth's face. By the bull, he had just made himself second mate. Their line split. The galley's crew surged away in clumps of men. The pirates yelped about, rushed in and out, broke past the defenders here, or were hurled back there. Jotun struck down a man with a disabling blow. It was good to have a sword he really understood, and looked over the combat. It was fiercest near the mast. "There we must go, Chor," he said. "Aye." The Allen trotted after him. They faced shields and edges. A few near-naked pirates yammered and waved their weapons, careful to stay beyond reach. "Follow me, you dogs!" cried Jotun. His sword whined and thundered. An Italian sailor thrust at him from behind with a shield. Jotun slewed his iron around and cut the man's wrist. The metal was too blunted already to cut deep, but the bones cracked. The Italian bayed his anguish and dropped from the line. Jotun slashed at the legs of the man beside him. That one stumbled, fell, and rolled from the pursuing sword. Chor stepped into the widening gap and struck with his hammer. The pirates, heartened, moved in. The defensive force broke up into single men. Panting, Jotun swung himself into the shrouds. There were more wounded and slain among the ill-equipped pirates than among the merchant crew. Nonetheless, fighting stayed brisk, since neither side knew how matters stood. Jotun put the trumpet to his lips and blew. Again and again he blew, until much of the battle died. An arrow grazed his arm, another thunked in his shield, but he stayed where he was and shouted, "Hear me! Lay down your arms, and your lives shall be spared. You will be set free without ransom. May Jupiter or someone strike me dead if I lie. Hear me!" After he had harangued them a while, a shaken voice called, "How do we know you will do this if we yield?" "You know it will be to the death if you don't," said Jotun. "Lay down your arms and live." As he returned to the deck, he heard the fight resume uncertainly. Neither side pressed too hard, now that a truce might be close. Jotun saw the gray-bearded pirate cutting the throat of a wounded man in the shelter of a bollard. The oldster shrank back from him, afraid. Jotun said, "Throw that knife against my shield as noisily as you can, and cry that you surrender to the freebooter captain." The fellow obeyed, given a kick to add urgency to his recital. A moment afterward, Jotun heard from across the deck, "Stop! I yield me!" It spread like a plague. Within minutes, a disarmed crew huddled gloomily under the pikes of a few crowing pirates. Jotun took off his helmet and wiped reddened hands on a fallen man's cloak. His tunic was plastered to him with sweat. It came as a dull surprise that the blood paining him was not his own. Just a few scratches and bruises. Well, the powers which took all else from him gave him victory in war, a miser's payment. He looked at the sun above the yardarm. The battle had lasted perhaps an hour, and now he held 2 ships. He walked over planks grisly with the dead and the hurt. There were more of the latter, there always were, but many of them would die too from bleeding or inflammation. The still air quivered with their groans. He counted up. Besides himself and Jor, 8 pirates were hale. 11 merchant crewmen stood on their feet, but their captain had quit the world bravely. "This should cool our lads off," said the Cimbrian. "I scarcely think they will want to try piracy again." "They can raise their numbers, Disa," Jor reminded him. "There must be 40 slaves below decks at least." "True, indeed. Well, so be it. If we can come to Egypt, I care not." Jotun looked glumly down the boarding plank to the smaller craft. "I am sick of blood. Can you set matters to rights here?" "Duh, I'll try not to bother you." The Redbeard's look was so gentle that Jotun wondered how much he understood. Surely not a great deal. It was growing upon Jotun what a reach of darkness each human soul holds for all others. He returned to the lesser galley and cut the bonds of Flavius and Demetrios. "You can go look about," he said listlessly. Flavius stood up. He searched Jotun's face for a long while. "It was badly done of the fates not to make you a Roman," he said at last and left. Demetrios followed him. Jotun sighed and went to the cabin. Wicca and Phryne stood there. The Cimbrian girl was flushed. Her breast rose and fell, and she ran forward to take his hands. "I thought I saw all our folk come back in you," she cried. Jotun looked across her shoulder at Phryne, who stood white in the doorway. "I begin to grasp your meaning," he said with a crooked smile. "This was no more unjust than any other war." "Would you wash yourself?" asked the Greek girl. He nodded. "That and sleep." Wicca stepped back, her face hurt and bewildered. Jotun went past her into the cabin. Phryne brought him a sponge and a bucket of salt water. He cleansed himself and lay down on one of the mattresses. Sleep came like a blow. He woke suddenly. Lamplight met his eyes. The air had cooled, and the ship was rocking. He heard singing and the stamp of feet, but remotely. He sat up. Wicca sat beside him. Her hair was loose, rushing over her shoulders, so he did not at first see she wore her best gown. She hugged her knees and regarded him with troubled eyes. "Is it night?" he asked in the Cimbric. "Yes," she answered, very quietly. "Chor said not to waken you. He said he had brought order on the new ship. They released the slaves and locked up the crewmen and such of the rowers as did not want to join us. He got the wounded below decks over there and everything." She held out a leather bottle. "He said to give you this." Jotun ignored it. He stepped to the door and glanced out. The grappling plank was taken down, and only ropes and a single-lashed gangway joined the 2 vessels. The hulls rocked enough to break any stiff bridge. It was dark and empty on this ship. Torches flared on the other, bobbing in a crazy dance. Hoarse voices chanted, and laughter went raw under a sky of reborn wind and hurried clouds. "What is that foolishness?" he snapped. Wicca came to stand at his side and look almost frightened at the Tartarus view. A naked black outline, hair and beard one mane, capered against fire glow. You could just glimpse a circle of others, leaping and kicking with hands joined around the ship's hearth. "There was wine on board," said Wicca. Oh, yes, I remember now. And Chor let them have the cargo?" "He told me he could not stop them. It seemed best to grant them this one night's drinking. Then tomorrow we could all take the big galley. And let the crew of that one have this. It is not such a bad thought." "You would let them go?" asked Wicca, astonished. "I gave them my word," he said, "and what good would it do to kill them?" He closed the door again, muffling the racket. He picked up the leather bottle and drank thirstily. But did they also have some food fit to eat on that ship?" "I do not know. I prepared what I could from the stores here." Wicca pointed to a bowl of stew. "I fear it got cold while you slept." Jotun lowered the bottle. The roof was so low his head had to bow down to hers. "Why are you here?" he asked. "You should not sleep unguarded." She touched the knife in her girdle. His longsword lay drawn by the wall. He realized that he was unclothed. "Phryne could have guarded me," he said. Wicca reddened. "Is Phryne your wife?" "Are you?" She gasped and turned her back. "Well, I will go," she cried. "If you do not wish me here, I will go." "Halt," he said as he caught at the door's bolt. She stopped as though speared and turned about until she stood against the door facing him. Tears whipped down her face and the breath rattled in her throat. Jotun felt inwardly gouged, but he stalked to her and took her by the shoulders. "I have had enough of this," he said. "Tonight you shall decide who your man is." "I told you I do not know," she screamed. Jotun slipped his hands down over her arms until he had her wrists. "You shall decide," he repeated, "and you are going to choose me." She tried to pull free, but he dragged her to him and laid his mouth upon hers. She writhed her face away. He held her, one-handed about the waist, while his free hand drew her knife and stabbed it into the wall. Then he grasped her hair and forced her lips back where he wanted them. Suddenly, she shivered. He let her go, and she sank to her knees, holding his. He sat down and laid an arm about her waist. She came to him, weeping and laughing. "It is you," she said. "It is you, Jotun." Long afterward, when the lamp had gone out of itself, she whispered, "I think it must always really have been you." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 13. When Phryne saw Wicca go in to her husband and close the door behind, she felt this ship would be no place for anyone else tonight. Let her board the other one, then. She made sure that the dagger was safe in her girdle, then climbed the grappling plank. It surged and chattered on the newly won decks. Chor stood huge, bawling out his orders. They had begun to release the slaves. One after another shambled into the sunlight and blinked with dull eyes. Phryne went to the summation. "Can I be of help?" she asked. "Ha! Oh, it's you, little one. Best you keep out of harm's way. We've much to do before sunset." "I told you I want to help you, oaf," she snapped. Chor scratched his ruddy beard. "I don't know what with. I'll not let you scrub the planks nor cook a meal. Sets a bad example, you know. We have to be officer class now. And otherwise—" "Aqua! Aqua!" Croaking came from the pitch-bubbling deck as though men had become frogs. Phryne looked at one who was trying feebly to staunch blood from a half-severed arm. She felt more than a little ill, but she wetted her lips and said, "I know something about the care of hurts. Let me see to the wounded." "Waste of time," said Chor. "If they're not too badly cut, a swath of rags and maybe a few stitches will save 'em. The rest it would be kinder to throw overboard." Phryne answered slowly. "Some woman bore each of these beneath her heart once. Let me do what I can." "As you wish. Find a place down below. I'll tell off a couple of men to bear them thither for you." In the time that followed, Phryne had horror to do. Twice she stopped, once to cast up at a certain sight, and once to change her blood-stiffened gown for a tunic. It was hot and foul in the tween-deck space. The groaning and gasping seemed to fill her cosmos. Her temper began to slip. Having held the hand of one youth and smiled on him, as the only lullaby she could give while he died, she heard a man screaming as though in childbirth, and, seeing he had a mere broken finger, she chased him out at dagger point. Otherwise it was to wash and bandage, cut and sew and swaddle, set and splint and fetch water, with no more help than a ship's carpenter from Galilee or some such dusty place. She came out at last, unable to do more. Now Asclepius and Hermes and Psychopompus must divide the souls as they would, and saw the sun low above a sea growing choppy. Its rays touched ragged mare's tails that flew from the west. Wind piped on the rigging. She shivered as that air flowed across her bare legs and arms, but made her way over a deck strange in its orderliness. Jor was looking down into an open cargo hatch. He turned and grinned at her through tossing fiery whiskers. "We found our way into the hold," he said, "and you'd not believe this hull could carry so much wine and stay afloat. The lads will mutiny if we don't feast tonight, and I can't say I blame 'em." Phryne gave the sky an unsure look. "Is that wise?" "Oh, the weather, you mean? It'll blow a bit, but nothing that need worry us. Riding to sea anchors will not go far, and Demetrio says there are no places to run aground hereabouts. You look wearied enough. Go call Jodin, and we'll all have a stoop." "He is with his wife," she said. Oh, I see. Well, I'll just go knock at their door with a bottle, and then they can do as they please." Jor's small eyes went up and down the slender shape before him. He grinned. "I don't suppose you'd be pleased to do likewise." She shook her head, unoffended. "Well, I only thought I'd ask. Best stay in earshot of me tonight, though. Not all the men are so honorable as me." "I would wash now and have fresh raiment," said Phryne. "Aye, go in the cabin there. I'll have someone draw a tubful for you." Phryne entered the captain's room, finding it better furnished than that of the smaller galley. Man's dress again, she sighed to herself, opening a clothes chest. Well, here was an outsized cloak. With the help of a brooch and belt it could almost reach her ankles, as a sort of gown. "Hail!" said a voice in the door. Phryne stepped back with a stab of terror. Master Flavius looked at her. He carried a bucket in either hand. "I think it amused the Redbeard to have me wait on you," he said. His mouth quirked. "He has not heard that Rome has festivals every year wherein the Roman serves his own household slaves." "But I am no more a slave," said Phryne, as much to herself as to him. She had seen little of this man. She was bought in his absence and served his wife, whom he avoided. But he was a master, and no decent person would. But I have gone beyond decency, she thought. Beyond civilization, at least. I am outlaw not only in Rome, but in Rome's mother Hellas. The knowledge was a desolation. Flavius poured the water into a tub screwed to the floor. It slapped about with the rocking of the ship. He glanced at her sideways. Finally, he said, with a tone of smothered merriment in flawless Greek, "My dear, you will always be a slave. Do you think because that white skin was never branded, your soul escaped? My fathers were free men in their own city when yours were Etruscan vassals," she cried, stamping her foot in anger. Flavius shrugged. "Indeed, but we are neither of us our fathers." His voice became deep, and he regarded her levelly. "I say to you, though, the slave brand is on you. It was burned in with fair words on fine parchment, white columns against a summer sky, a bronze-beaked ship seen over blue waters, grave men with clean bodies and Plato on their tongues, a marching legion where 1,000 boots smite the earth as one, a lyre and a song, a jest and a kiss among blowing roses. Oh, if the gods I do not believe in are cruel enough to grant your wish, you could give your body to some north dweller. You could learn his hog language and pick the lice from his hair and bear him another squalling brat every year, till they bury you toothless at 40 years of age in a peat bog where it always rains. That could happen. But your soul would forever be chained by the Midworld Sea. She said, shaking, "If you twist words about thus, then you too are a slave." "Of course," he said quietly. "There are no free and unfree. We are all whirled on our way like dead leaves, from an unlikely beginning to a ludicrous end. I do not speak to you now. The sounds that come from my mouth are made by chance, flickering within the bounds of causation and natural law. Truly, we are all slaves. The sole difference lies between the noble and the ignoble." He folded his arms and leaned back against the jamb. "What you have done proves you are of the noble," he said. "I would manumit you if we came back to Rome. Give the Senate some perjured story, if need be, to save you from the law. I would give you money and a house of your own in Greece." "Are you trying to bribe me?" she flared. "Perhaps, but that comes later. What I have just offered is a free gift, whether you stand by the Cimbrian or not, provided only, of course, that we both get back to Rome somehow. It will be a thing I do of my own accord, because we are the same kind, you and I, and it is a cursedly lonely breed of animal." His grin flashed. "Now, to be sure, if you would like to help ashore—" She drew her knife. "Get out!" she screamed. Flavius raised his brows, but left. Phryne slammed the door after him. A while she smote her hands together. Then, viciously, she tore off her tunic and washed herself. Wrapped in the mantle, she emerged again. She felt calmer, on the surface. Underneath was a dark clamor in an unknown language. Sundown blazed among restless clouds. The mast swayed back and forth in heaven. Chor sat on a barrel under the forecastle, drumming his heels as he raised a stolen chalice. Elsewhere, men crowded shrieking about lashed casks, and the deck that had been bloodied was now stained purple. Phryne shivered and drew the wool closer about her. This was going to be a night where Circe reigned. She looked aft. A small cluster of men stood together around Flavius' tall form. She recognized Demetrios, the youth Quintus, 2 or 3 others. Briefly, she was afraid. But a few unarmed malcontents, she asked herself scornfully. She walked forward. A locked hatch cover muffled some weird noises. What was that? Oh, to be sure, the free crew and the more timid slaves of this galley had been chained to the rowers' benches down there. Chor boomed at her. "Hoy, shield maiden, come drink with me. You've earned it." Phryne joined him. One man snatched after her. Chor tossed his hammer casually. The man screamed and hopped about, clutching his bare toes. "Next one insults my girl gets it in the brisket," said Chor without rancor. "Now, bring me back that maul." Phryne accepted the cup he sloshed into the barrel for her. She held it two-handed, bracing herself against the ship's long swinging. Barbarous to drink it undiluted, she thought, but fresh water was too begrudged at sea. She looked at the hairy, squatting shapes that ringed her in and asked, "Will there not be fights that disable men we need?" Chor pointed to a chest behind the barrel. "All arms save our own are in there," he said, "and here I'll sit all night. I'm not unaware of that Flavius cockroach, little one. Were I the chief, he'd have been fish food long ago." "Is your life so much more to you than your honor?" she bridled. "Well, I suppose not. But I've 3 small sons at home. The youngest was just starting to walk on his little bandy legs when I went off. And then there's my woman, too, if she's not wed another by now, and— well, anyhow, it would be bitter to die without drinking of the dawn again." Chor tossed off his cup and dipped it in once more. "Where would you yourself go?" he asked. Phryne stared eastward, where night came striding into the wind. "I do not know," she said. But surely, You spoke of Egypt.
It may be. Perhaps in Alexandria. Leave me alone.
Phryne went from him, up the ladder, and into the bow. She huddled there a long time. No one ventured past Jor. She could be by herself. Down on the main deck, the scene grew more wild and noisy each hour. By torch and hearthlight, she glimpsed revels as though Pan the Terrible had put to sea. One small corner of civilization remained, far aft below the poop, where Flavius and his comrades warmed their hands over a brazier and drank so slowly she was not certain they drank at all. The moon seemed to fly through heaven, pale among great driving clouds. It showed fleetingly how the waters surged from the west, not very high as yet, but with foam on black waves. And the wind droned louder than before. Phryne sat under the bulwarks and nursed her beaker, letting the wine warm her only a little. This was no time to flee her trouble. She must choose a road. And what was there for her? Briefly, when they had planned where to go on their newly won ship, it had flamed up. Perhaps Antinous was in Alexandria. Perhaps she could find him again. Too long had he kissed her only in dreams. She hearkened back to the last time when she awoke, crying his name. She knew then, suddenly, that she had not really seen his face in the dream. She had not done so for months. She could not even call it to mind now. It was a blur. He had had a straight nose and gray eyes and so on, but she only remembered the words. Well, time devoured all things at last, but it might have spared the ghost she bore of Antinous. Nevertheless, she thought, she could stay in Alexandria. No, what hope had a woman without friends? There were only the brothels. Better to seek the sea's decency this very night. She could follow Jotun toward his barbarian goal, most likely to his death along the way. But suppose they did get back to this Cimberland, what then? Jotun would house her, but she would not be a useless leech on any man. And so she would merely exist, alone on the marches of the world, until, finally in her need, she let some brainless red youth tumble her in his hut. She wondered drearily if Flavius had met his offer. It was the best of an evil bargain. And if he lied, well, then she would die, and the shades did not remember this earth. When Jotun released Flavius, she would go with him to Rome. The decision brought peace, after so many hours of treading the same round like a blinded ox grinding wheat. Perhaps now she could sleep. It was very late. The revelry had ended. By the light of a sinking moon, glimpsed through clouds, she saw men sprawled across the deck, their cups and their bodies rolling with the ship. A few feeble voices hiccoughed some last song, but mostly they were all snoring to match the wind. Phryne stood up, stiff-limbed, to seek her tent on the smaller galley. The brazier under the poop was still aglow. A dark figure crossed in front of it, and another and another. Flavius' party was retiring too. Being sober, they would have the sense to go below to sleep. One of them had just entered the poop. No, what was it he came back with? Torchlight shimmered on iron. A crowbar from the carpenter's kit? And there were hammers, a draw-knife, even a saw. Oh, Father Zeus, weapons! Flavius led them across the deck. The last half-dozen celebrants, seated in a ring about a wine cask, looked up. "Well," Phryne heard. "Who at? Come here, old friend. Come here for a little drink." Flavius struck coldly with his bar. 2 hammers beat as one. Thuck, thuck. Like butchers, the 3 men stunned those who sat. Quintus cackled gleefully and began to saw a throat across. "No need," snapped Flavius. "This way." Phryne threw herself to the planks. What if they had seen her? Her heart beat so wildly she feared it would burst. As though from immensely far off, she heard Flavius break the lock on the hatch and go below. Phryne caught her lip in her teeth to hold it steady. She could just see one man standing guard on deck while the others were breaking off chains in the rower's pit. Could he see her in turn if she... but if she lay still, he would find her at sunrise. Phryne inched to the ladder. Down now. Moonlight fell on Jor, sprawled back against the weapon chest. His mouth was open, and he was making private thunder in his nose. Phryne crouched beside him. He was too massive. Her hands would not shake him enough. "Jor! Jor! It is mutiny!" she whispered. "Jor, wake up!" "What's that?" A ragged, half-frightened cry from the guard. Phryne saw him against the sky, peering about. Mumbled Jor. He swatted at her and rolled over. Phryne drew her knife. The guard shaded his eyes, staring forward. "Is somebody awake there?" he called. She put her mouth to the Allen's ear. "Wake! Wake!" she whispered. "You sleep yourself into Hades!" A man's head rose over the hatch combing. "Somebody's astir up there," chattered the sentry. "We'll go see," said the man. His burst-off chain swung from his wrists. It was the last mutiny all over again. How the gods must be laughing. Another followed him. Phryne recognized Quintus' ferret body. Said Jor, and resumed his snoring. Phryne put her dagger point on a buttock and pushed. "Ush nit jaka bilog!" The Sarmatian came to his feet with a howl. "What muck-swelling, misbegotten son of—" "Oh!" His gaze wobbled to rest on the man running toward him. The hammer seemed to leap into his hand. "Up!" he bawled. "Up and fight!" Phryne dashed past him. Jotun still slept, she thought wildly. They could fall upon him unawares and kill him in his wife's arms. Behind her, she heard a sound like a melon splitting open. "Yuck hi saw," chanted Jor. "You're next, Quintus." The youth ran back, almost parallel to Phryne. Men were coming from the hatch, one after the other. He saw her and shrilled, "Get that one too! It's—" He broke off, swerved, and plunged toward her in silence. Phryne put her foot on the gangway between the ships. It jerked back and forth as they rolled, and she heard ropes rubbing together. She must go all fours over it or risk being thrown into the water between the hulls. She crouched. A hand closed on her ankle. She felt herself being yanked back on deck. Moonlight speared through darkness as she sat up. Quintus stood over her, grasping his saw. "Lie there," he said. "Lie there, or I'll take your head off." Phryne whipped to her knees and stabbed at his foot. He danced aside, laughing. The saw blade reached across her arm. It was no deep cut, but she cried out and dropped her knife. He kicked it away, grabbed her shoulders, and hurled her onto her back. Kneeling beside her, he laid the saw teeth across her throat. "Be still now, if you would live," he said. "I've business to finish with you." Phryne looked into the downy face. She lifted her arms. "Oh," she said, "I am conquered." Quintus' chin dropped. Moving carefully, so he could see what she did, she unfastened her belt. "I have never known a man like you," she breathed. "Let me get this mantle off." She slid her hands toward the brooch at her throat. The fabric wrinkled up ahead of her arm. "Quickly!" gasped the boy. He lifted the saw a little. It was shaking so much, and fumbled at his loincloth. Phryne got the bundled cloak between her throat and the teeth. She stabbed him in the hand with her brooch pin. He yelled. The saw skittered from his grasp. She leaped up and onto the gangway. Quintus yammered by the rail. A fury lifted in Phryne. She stood up in the moonlight on the bobbing, twisting plank and opened her arms. "Well," she cried, "are you man enough to follow?" He stumbled onto the gangway. She kicked, and he fell down between the hulls. They were protected by rope bumpers from grinding together, but one lurching wall struck him as he went past. He rebounded, splashed, and did not rise again. Phryne crawled over the plank. Great Mother of Mercy, she thought, what had she done? But now it was to rouse Jotun. Up on the other ship, Jor stabbed and hammered, crying to his drunken followers to waken. 20 men pressed in upon the Sarmatian, driving him back by sheer weight from the weapon chest. Phryne beat on the cabin door. "Jotun! Wicca! Come out!" she called. "Come out before they kill you!" It opened. The Cimbrian stood tall against blackness, armed only with a yard-long sword. Behind him, Wicca still blinked sleep from her eyes. Even in that moment, Franny saw how fulfillment had made her beautiful. Iron clanged in the windy moonlight. Franny's breath choked. So they had the weapons now. Flavius was already worming over the gangplank, bearing sword and shield. Behind him came two more. The rest still raged among the befuddled pirates. It was a bestial battle, one with an axe and one with a spear. Franny and the Cimbrians were naked. Jotun sprang forward to meet Flavius before he crossed. The Roman stood up and pounced the last few feet. He could have been thrown into the sea like Quintus, but the watery gods let him pass. He struck the deck, danced away from Jotun's slash, and smiled. "Come," he said, "let us end this Iliad." Jotun snarled and moved in. He had more reach, which his blade immensely lengthened. But Flavius' shield seemed always to be where the Cimbrian blows landed, over his head, in front of his breast, even down to his knees. The battle banged and roared between these two. Franny and Wicca faced the Roman's companions. The men grinned and walked in at their leisure. Franny tried to dart aside, but the spearman thrust his shaft between her legs. She fell, and her mind seemed to burst. When she regained herself, she was prodded erect. "Over there," said the man. "Stand against the cabin wall. That's the way." He held his pike close to her breasts, ready to drive it home. Wicca, a long knife in her hand, circled about the axeman. She spat at him, wildcat-like. Once she tried to rush in with a stab, but his weapon yelled down and she saved herself by falling. He tried to strike again, but she got away too swiftly. And Jotun and Flavius fought across the deck and back, sword on shield, the Roman boring in behind his shelter, and the Cimbrian holding him off with sheer battering force. A bloody, tattered giant loomed over the rail of the other galley. Jor sheathed his sword in one final man, who tumbled down between the hulls. The Allen jumped into the gangway. The man who was guarding Franny saw him coming. "I must deal with him," he said, not unkindly. "Farewell, girl. We'll meet beyond the sticks." He drew back his pike. Franny had no more will or strength to dodge. She waited. Jor stopped on the middle of the gangplank, braced his legs, and whirled the hammer. Franny did not see it fly. She only saw the pikeman's eyes bulge out, and when he toppled, she saw his head broken open. Her knees deserted her. She sank to the deck and stared emptily at all else. Jor bounded down, fell upon the axeman from behind, and wrenched the weapon loose. The axeman kicked with a shod foot. Jor bellowed wrath and pain, dropped the axe, and was caught in a wrestler's grip. He and the sailor went down on the deck like a pair of dogs. Wicca sped toward Jotun. She called out something. Franny did not know the rough word, but surely no voice had ever held more love. As Jotun's gaze shifted toward her, Flavius stepped in close and brought the upper edge of his shield beneath Jotun's jaw. The Cimbrian lurched back, and his sword clattered from his hand. He leaned his back against the rail and shook his head like a stunned bull. Flavius poised his blade. Wicca flung herself across Jotun's body, and the sword struck home. Flavius stared stupidly as she went to her knees. Jotun caught her and eased her to the deck. He did not seem aware of the Roman any longer. Jor broke the opponent's neck, picked up the fallen axe, and thundered toward Flavius. The Roman bounded away, up onto the gangplank. He reached the other ship and faced back, but he was masked by shadow. Jor paused at the plank's foot, saw spears bristle, and stayed where he was. His axe chopped, and the plank's ropes parted. Now it dangled free from the higher bulwark. Jor ran along the rail, cleaving lines. A few arrows fell near him as he cranked the anchor windlass. The gale caught the two ships and drove them apart. Jor came back to Franny. "If we set our canvas, we can run away from them while they kill the last pirates," he croaked. "I see no other chance. Do you think you and I can unfurl the sail alone?" End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Golden Slave by by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 14. Arpad of Trapezus, who had served ably on the warships of the king, was rewarded with a pleasant commission, to carry an ambassador and certain dispatches to Egypt. He took a lean black pentaconter and picked a crew, not only to impress on his master's behalf, but to return with men not hopelessly slack after a few weeks in the subtle stews of Alexandria. They passed the Bosporus with no trouble, Byzantium having recently become subject to the kingdom of Pontus. There was a halt at the Hellespont to show diplomatic passports, for that strait was controlled by the Bithynians, who favored Rome. But since Rome was still uneasily at peace with the Pontines, who dominated the Black Sea, Arpad was obsequiously sent on his way. Thereafter he bore south between the Aegean islands, pausing here and there to admire some temple crowning a high ridge, until he saw pirate-haunted Crete. Beyond lay open sea, but it was not excessively far to the Nile's mouths. The Pharaoh of Egypt, who was a Macedonian by ancestry, received the captain from Pontus, who was half Persian and half Anatolian, graciously. Like all cultivated people, they spoke together in Attic Greek. During his stay, Arpad found himself much in demand among the learned class. This city swarmed with as many philosophers and geographers as it did with gods and prostitutes. Pontus itself was exotic enough for several evenings' discussion. Greco-Persian Asiatic on the Black Sea coast, a source of timber, minerals, and the fantastically lovely marine glass. And one had heard of its king, the great Mithridates, enthroned in his 12th year, forced to flee the usurping schemes of mother and brother, living for years a hunter in the mountains, until he returned to wrest back his heritage. But this Mithridates Eupator had not been satisfied with one throne. No, it seemed he must have all the Orient. He skirmished and intrigued among the Cappadocians, Galatians, Armenians, until no neighbor king sat easy. He fought his way up the eastern coast and took Colchis of the Golden Fleece for his own. He hurled back the wild Scythians in the north, so that the Greeks of the Cimmerian Bosporus acknowledged their rescuer as their overlord. That kingdom lay near the dark edge of the world, on a peninsula thrusting past Lake Meotis or the Azov Sea or whatever it was called. Northward was only barbarism till you reached the night and glaciers of Ultima Thule. What could the excellent Captain Arpad tell us of his lord's Tauric provinces? Did Colchis hold any relics of Jason's visit? Did he think war with Rome, which now held much of Asia's Aegean coast and looked greedily east, would be to the death, or would it be a civilized war, where boundaries were adjusted and prisoners taken for the slave market? Thus Arpad's stay became delightful, and he left with regret. But it was now early summer, and soon the Etesian winds would make eastward sea travel all but impossible. By some quirk, by the ill wind of Ahriman, mumbled his sailors, they encountered a powerful west wind, a veritable gale. It blew steadily, hour upon hour, and day upon day. As they wallowed north on bare poles and oars, striving to hold course and not be blown clear to Syria, the skies turned to an unseasonable overcast with chill gusts of rain. When at last he recognized the island of Rhodes, smoky blue through the squalls, Arpad decided to put in and wait out this weather. Beating through rain and spindrift, he saw another galley. It had a sail up, recklessly, no oars out at all. The port shuddered. Arpad steered closer. That fool of a captain would smash himself on the beach. Something about the stranger's unruly course told him it was badly undermanned. It had an Italian look, not much of a galley, an old trading scow, but even so. Arpad sent a man up to speak with the lookout in the crow's nest. Only 3 crewfolk could be seen on the other deck. 2 of them fought their yardarm, trying to pull it about so they would not be blown so directly toward the island. The third stood by a lashed steering oar. The ship was sluggish, low in the water. Now and then a wave breaking over the side. It was slowly foundering. Arpad considered various matters, such as the rescue of distressed mariners and the salvage rights on their vessel. "Stand by to board," he called. Even in these high seas, a naval crew had small trouble laying alongside and grappling fast. An armed party surrounded the three and conducted them aboard the Pontine galley. Arpad had them led to his cabin, where they stood dripping on a carpet, while he removed his own wet cloak. Only then did he regard them closely. They stood with a sort of exhausted defiance between 4 drawn swords. The lamp, swinging from its chains, revealed them clad in rags. But they were no ordinary sailors. There was a burly, red-bearded fellow, his broad, battered face speaking of Sarmatian plains. There was a young woman whose figure would have been good, in the skinny Greek manner, had she not lost so much weight. Her hair was cut like a boy's, and her hands were bloodied from ropes and levers. The strangest was a barbarian with yellow hair dyed a fading black, and a sun symbol etched on his brow. He looked like a wild king, and yet he stood gloomily withdrawn as any desert eremite, showing no interest in who had taken him or what his fate would be. The backs of both men had been whipped. The red one bore permanent manacle scars. Slaves, then, and doubtless the woman was too. Their captured weapons had been laid at Arpad's feet, a rusty longsword, an axe, and an iron-headed maul. "Do you speak Greek?" asked Arpad. His Latin was limited. "I do," said the girl. Her eyes, you didn't see violet eyes very often, and especially not with such long, sooty lashes. Really, it was her best feature, were hollow from weariness and wide from anxiety, but she looked on him without wavering. "What ship is this, and who are you?" "What a way for fugitive slaves to address a Pontine noble!" exclaimed Arpad lightly. "Down on your knees and beg for your lives. That would be more in keeping." "These men are not slaves," she said. "They are chieftains returning home." "And you? Come now, do not anger me. When a ship is found with only 3 slaves aboard, I can guess the tale for myself. Tell me your names and how it all came to be." She said with a pride at which her exhaustion dragged, "I am merely Phryne, but I stand between Jodin of Cimberland and Chor of the Rukansa." "I know them," said Arpad. "It is a long story. They were war prisoners who regained their freedom by conquering the Roman crew, and even I have heard the king of Pontus is no friend to Rome, so is he not a friend to Rome's enemies? But the upshot was that we 3 alone remained on this vessel. We could do little more than set sail and run before the wind, hoping to strike a land, Crete or Cyprus or wherever the gods willed, whence we might make our way to Samaria. But we found 2 men and 1 woman cannot even keep a ship bailed out in such weather." She smiled tiredly. "We were debating whether to try and make landfall on that island ahead, risking shipwreck and capture if it is Roman-held, or steer past if we could. Now you have changed the situation, Master Captain, and we throw ourselves upon your hospitality." "What slave may claim hospitality?" asked Arpad. "And when he has mutinied, probably murdered as well, would you feel bound to consider a wolf your guest?" He stroked his chin. The ship, he calculated, would surely be considered salvaged by him. The Rhodesian authorities had to have their share, but he would get something. If he did not dispute possession of the 2 men, the port governor could put them to work, or kill them, or give them to the Romans, whatever the law said. Then the governor in turn would doubtless ignore the girl. There was a good mind under that tip-tilted face, and a hot spirit in that small, thin body. She would make the rest of this voyage most interesting to Captain Arpad, and he could get a fair price at home after he had fattened her up enough for the Oriental taste. Her pale, wet cheeks had darkened as he spoke, more with anger than fear. She rattled off a few harsh Latin words. The Allen growled and looked about. A guard's sword pricked his hairy flank. He would never cross the 2 yards to Arpad's throat. He said something to the tall, blank-faced man, who shrugged. Mithras, didn't that one care at all? Well, men did go crazy sometimes when the fetters were clinched. Arpad listened more closely, interested. He heard the Redbeard, "But Jodin, Disa, they'll flay us." "Then thus the powers will it," said the tall one in a dead voice. The girl, Phryne, stamped her foot and shouted,
I thought I followed a man. I see now it is a child. You sit like a wooden toad and will not stir a hand, even for your comrades."
A wan wrath flickered in the cold green eyes. The one called Jotun said, "You lie. I worked my share during these past few days to keep the ship afloat. If I did not care whether we sank or not, that is my concern." She put her fists on her hips, glared up at him, and said,
"But you make it the world's concern. I understand you had suffered loss when Wicca fell. Do you think I cannot imagine it, how it would be for me, too, did the one I cared for die in my arms? I said nothing when you made a raft for her, though we needed your help even that first day. When you laid her on it with the Roman sword and her dagger, though we needed both. When you drenched it with oil that might have nourished us. When you risked your own life to launch it and set the torch to it. And when you howled while it fell burning behind. A man must obey his own inward law, or be no man at all. But since then, I tell you, it has ceased to be your private mourning. Now you call upon the world and all the gods, by your silence and your indifference, to witness how you are suffering. You overgrown brat! If you want to sacrifice your comrades to her ghost, do it with your hands like a man."
Arpad signaled his guards. "Take them out and give them food and dry garments," he said. "Bind the men and bring the girl back to me." A hand closed on Jotun's shoulder. He pushed it off impatiently and made a huge stride toward the captain. His lean face was taut with fury. "Do you dare treat a Cimbrian like a slave?" he said. "Hoy!" The guards closed in. Jotun's fist jumped out. One man lurched back with a smashed mouth. Another circled, unsure. Chor growled and reached for the hammer on the floor. The remaining two men forced him away, but had no help to spare with Jotun. A hand gripped Arpad's tunic so he choked. The long head bent down toward his. "You little spitlicker," said Jotun. "I do not know whether to string you to the mast myself or ask your king to do it for me. But I think I shall let him have the pleasure." Arpad shuddered and gestured his guards back, for he had seen monarchs enough, and there was no mistaking the royal manner. A king born did not act as if it were possible men could fail to knock their heads on the ground before his boots. Jotun stood unarmed, nearly naked, and shook him back and forth very slowly in time with the words. "Now hearken. I am Boyaric's son of the Cimbri. I have a quarrel with the gods who have treated me ill, but it does not change who I am. I have been searching for a king to hear a message I bear. Since your vessel chanced to pick me up, I will speak first to your ruler. Obey me well, and perhaps I shall forgive you for what you said in ignorance. So." He threw Arpad to the floor. The guardsmen stepped in, hemming him between shields and lifted blades. They glanced at their captain. Arpad stood up. One could never be sure. If that big man was mad, then he might be the walking voice of anything. Or else, there were so many outlandish tribes, a prince of one might easily have been captured. And truly, great Mithridates would be interested to meet such a person, as he was interested in all the realms of earth. The king might even bestow favor on this Jotun, some of which might then reflect on Arpad. Or perhaps the king would have Jotun beheaded, but that annoyance would surely not be considered Arpad's fault, since Arpad had only brought this visitor in the hope of amusing the king. It was not too great a risk. And if the tall one demanded treatment as a guest meanwhile, it was not unduly inconvenient. The ambassador's cabin stood empty. "My master, the sublime one who knows all nations, must decide this," purred Arpad. His Latin was always equal to titles. "We shall seek his august presence." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Golden Slave by Poul Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Golden Slave, Chapter 15. The south coast of the Black Sea was good to look upon, where red cliffs and green valleys and their many streams met wine-dark waters. High overhead went summer clouds, blinding white, and thunder spoke from the Caucasus. Sinop lay on a small peninsula about halfway between Byzantium and Colchis. It was an ancient Greek colony, now become the chief seat of the Pontine kings. Jodin stood in the bow with Phryne and Chor, watching the city grow as they entered its harbor, until the first loveliness of marble colonnades and many-colored gardens yielded to a tarry workaday bustle, where the surface was crowded with galleys from half the east. He was well clothed in white linen tunic, blue chlamys, leather belt and sandals, the German sword polished and whetted at his waist. They had even shaved him so he could look civilized, and worked the dye from his hair so he could look foreign. He wondered how that would affect his price if Mithridates judged against him. "Or," he said, "since your folk have clashed with these before now, are you not in danger of his wrath? I have been wondering if it would not be wiser for you to stay aboard here until—" The Allan, clad like his chief but still doggedly shaggy-faced, answered with a boy's eagerness. "From what I've heard,